Before the robotic arms and the AI entered the operation theater, a healer in ancient India was already reshaping the future of medicine. Sushruta, the legendary father of surgery, carved his legacy not with the medicines but with wisdom, precision, and compassion. In Sushruta Samhita, he described rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and anatomy with astonishing details. Centuries ahead of his time, and in today 2026, as medicine balance in innovation with ethics, his voice echoes across the millennia. Let's find out more about him. In the annals of medical history, few names shines as bright as Sushruta, the ancient Indian physician whose vision and practice earned him the title of Father of Surgery. So, living around the 6th century BCE in Kashi, the modern Varanasi, Sushruta was more than a healer. He was teacher, he was philosopher, and innovator who believed medicine was a sacred duty rooted in compassion and discipline. His legacy, preserved in Sushruta Sahita, continues to resonate even in 2026 as the world seeks balance between cutting edge technology and holistic care. Sushruta Samhita is monumental text spanning 186 chapters covering surgery, anatomy, pharmacy, and pediatrics, taxology, and prevention medicines. Within its page, Sushruta described surgical techniques that astonish modern readers also, like rhinoplasty using skin flaps, cataract surgeries by lens removal, and lithotomy for bladder stones and obesities, a procedure to save mothers, especially in critical conditions. He catalogs over 300 bones, 700 vessels, and a wide array of surgical instruments. So, demonstrating a mastery of anatomy that was centuries ahead of its time. His insistence on hygiene, diets, and lifestyle as pillar of health foreshadows even the modern preventive medicines. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this wonderful topic, Sushruta's contribution was not merely technical. He emphasized on ethics, compassion, and the morality of responsibilities of physicians. So, in an age where the artificial intelligence and robotics are entering in operating rooms, his reminder that the healing is both science and art, and that feels especially both the things combination and the field definitely you will also agree is very urgent even in 2026. Technology may enhance precision, but the human touch, empathy, respect, and ethical judgment remains irreplaceable. In 2026, Sushruta's relevance is striking. As reconstructive surgery advances, his pioneer in rhinoplasty techniques are recognized as a procedure to modern plastic surgery. As integrative medicines gains traction, his holistic approach, combining such surgery with Ayurveda, diets, and lifestyle, offers a model for sustainable healthcare. And as a global health system grapples with the pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas, his vision of medicines as moral duty provides timeless guidance. So, Sushruta's life reminds us that innovation is not only about inventions but about foresight. He anticipated the need for structured surgical training, insisting that students practice on watermelon or animal carcasses before operating on human. As a principle, echoes even today's medical simulations. He saw the physician not as a technician but as a custodian of life, entrusted with both skill and conscience. So in 2026, Sushruta's voice echoes across millennia. His cave of knowledge, like that of a bat cave of virus ecology, teaches vigilance and balance. He reminds us that the medicine must evolve and serve the humanity, and the healing is a dialogue between tradition and innovation. His contribution is not a relic of past, but a living lesson for the future. So definitely, and this is something, his legacy is not definitely we should read, we should appreciate, and we should also follow the footstep what he has put across for human development, human health development. So his legacy, as I said, is not definitely a relic. It's a living compass pointing us towards future where the healing is both precise and compassion. So we have come to end of this interesting topic. I will request you to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this live video, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this video we bridge the gap between the ancient Vedic wisdom and the modern corporate strategy. We dive deep into Bhagavad Gita, where Bhagwan Krishna warns that those without faith in this dharma are bound to the cycle of birth and death. For the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual philosophy, it's a warning about the strategic stagnation. If you lack the conviction in the dharma of continuous learning and adaptation, your business is destined to repeat the same failures, hire the same wrong people, and miss the same market shift over and over again. Let us discuss this further. Think about your last 3 major business failures: the missed quarterly target, the product launch that fizzled out, and the star hire who ended up being a toxic culture fit. Now look closer. Do they share a pattern? Most CEO believes they are facing new challenges every day. But if you strip away the tech stack and the industry jargon, you often find that the leaders are simply reliving the same mistake in different costumes. In the business world, we call this stagnation. In the Asian wisdom, it is called the infinite loop. Today, we are exploring the profound warning from Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 9, verse 3, and how it explains why some leaders evolve while others are destined to stay trapped in a cycle of birth and death within their own careers. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further and let's look at the verse itself. And the quote starts: "Those who lack faith in this dharma, O scorcher of foes, do not attain me. They return to the path of cycle and death of the world." To the CEO, this might sound purely religious, but let's look at the mechanics. The two key terms here are dharma and sansara, which is the cycle. In the leadership context, dharma isn't just religion, it is the essential nature of the fundamental laws of how things work. In business, your dharma is a path of truth, adaptation, and the value creation. Sansar is the infinite loop. It is a cycle of being born, struggling, dying, and being reborn to do it all over again because you didn't learn the lesson the first time. What does it looks like when a CEO is stuck in the cycle of death and rebirth? It looks like the company that pivots every 6 months but never changes its internal culture, and it's a leader who fires the sales team because the revenue is down, only to hire a new team and manage them with the same flawed processes. I'm sure we have all seen this. When Bhagwan Krishna says these souls return again and again, he is describing the cycle of failure. You die in one market, you are reborn in a new venture. But because you haven't changed your fundamental approach, your dharma, you carry the same karmic baggage into the new company. You aren't growing, you're just repeating. You're stuck in the cycle of birth and death, which is mrityu sansar, and the path of recurring professional death. The verse says that the cause of this loop is the lack of faith. In modern business, the faith is often dismissed as weakness. We want data, we want KPIs, but Krishna is talking about Shraddha, a deep-seated conviction in the path of growth. For a CEO, faith in dharma means faith in truth, having the courage to look at the ugly data and not hiding behind the vanity metrics. Faith in learning, believing that your current knowledge is insufficient of your future goals. Faith in people, moving away from micromanagement and trusting the collective dharma of your team. Without this faith, leaders become cynical. They stop innovating. They start playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And the moment you stop having faith in the process of evolution, you enter the loop. You become unattainable to the ultimate goal, which in business is the legacy. So friends, how do you break this cycle? How do you stop being born again into the same business problem? There are a few steps. Step number 1. Identify your recurring ghosts. What problem has followed you from your last company to this one? And that is your lack of dharma. Step number 2. Commit to the attainable. Krishna says he is unattainable to those without faith. In business, greatness is unattainable to those who won't commit to the hard work of transformation. Breaking the loop requires a death of your ego so that a better leader can be born. Step number 3. Radical adaptability. Stop trying to force the market to fit your old mental models. That is the definition of the loop. Instead, align your leadership with the current reality. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the cycle of life and death is optional for those who attain the highest truth. In your career, the cycle of failure is also optional. Do not, you don't have to keep repeating the same year 20 times and calling it a career. By embracing the dharma of continuous learning, by having faith in the principles of integrity and evolution, you break the infinite loop. You stop returning to the path of death and start building a business that, like the wisdom of Gita, is timeless. Don't just lead for the next quarter, lead to break the cycle. So friends, hopefully you have enjoyed this conversation. If you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I leave you with this lesson, I will like to talk a little bit about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that Oracle just secured a massive $300 million windfall? And the cloud computing landscape will never be the same. In this video, we break down how Larry Ellison's tech giant pulled off this incredible financial feat and what it means for the escalating cloud wars against the giants like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. As the enterprise demand for AI integrated cloud infrastructure skyrockets, Oracle positions itself as a dominant force. We will analyze the specific deals that led to this jackpot, the impact on Oracle stock, and why the analysts are shifting their outlook on the company's long-term growth. Let's go and explore this further. For decades, the cloud wars had a predictable hierarchy. Amazon, Microsoft, and Google sat on the throne while everyone else fought, for the crumbs. But in late 2025 and moving into 2026, the script has been flipping. In fact, it has flipped completely now. Oracle, the company your dad knew for databases, just hit another 300 billion jackpot. This isn't just a win, it's a tectonic shift. We are talking about a massive multi-year deal with OpenAI that has sent Oracle's backlog or remaining performance obligations soaring to an eye-watering $553 billion. Today we are diving into the new Oracle. How did Larry Ellison turn a legacy software company into the backbone of the AI revolution? Is this 300 billion windfall a guaranteed victory, or is Oracle building a house of cards on the back of a single customer? So friends, before we move forward, and if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's break it down. To understand the jackpot, we have to look at the numbers. The headline is $300 billion. 5-year contract with OpenAI. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 60 billion in revenue per year from just one client. Why would OpenAI, a company born in Microsoft Azure's cloud, move a massive chunk of its workload to Oracle? The answer is simple: capacity and power. OpenAI's hunger for compute is insatiable. They need electricity and lots of it. This deal involves 4.5 gigawatts of power capacity. That's enough to power 4 million homes. Oracle isn't just renting out existing space, they are building massive new AI factories under a project often referred to as Stargate. We are seeing brand new data centers, campuses in Texas and Ohio, packed with hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, Oracle's secret weapon. Their infrastructure was built later than AWS and Azure. That sounds like a disadvantage, but it actually means their Gen 2 cloud was designed specifically for high performance workload and modern databases, the exact environment AI needs to thrive. But building a 300 billion cloud isn't easy. You cannot just plug 400,000 GPUs into a wall socket. The traditional power grid cannot handle this. This is where the heating up part of your title gets literal. Just this week, in April 2026, Oracle made a massive move to solve the energy crisis. They have partnered with Bloom Energy for nearly 3 gigawatts of fuel cell power. Instead of waiting for years for local utility companies to build power lines, Oracle is building its own off-grid power plant. They are literally bypassing the grid to ensure their AI servers never go dark. This level of aggressive expansion is why Oracle Cloud Infrastructure revenue jumped 84% in most recent quarter. While the big three are growing at steady clips, Oracle is growing like a startup on a steroid. Now we have to talk about the red flag, which is $300 billion. Sounds great on paper, but Wall Street is nervous. Oracle stock has been going through some intense volatility lately. Why? Because customer concentration. Over 50% of Oracle's future backlog is tied to one company, which is OpenAI. If OpenAI struggles to monetize its model, or if the AI bubble cools down, Oracle is left holding the bill for billions of dollars in hardware and in data centers. Oracle's debt to equity ratio is also significantly higher than Microsoft or Amazon. They are borrowing heavily to build this future. They are spending $50 billion in capital expenditure this year alone. It's a bet the farm movement for Larry Ellison. Is Oracle a ticking time bomb or a visionary genius? The market can't quite decide at this point in time. So where does this leave us? Oracle has officially graduated. They are no longer the database company or the fourth placed cloud. With 300 billion jackpot in hand, they are the specialized AI cloud. That's the world's most powerful startup as flocking it. The cloud war is heating up because the rules have changed. It's no longer about who has the most features. It's about who has the most GPUs and most gigawatts. And Oracle has both. If they can execute on this backlog and diversify their client base beyond OpenAI, we might be looking at the new king of enterprise tech. But if the AI hype fails to meet reality, the $300 billion windfall could become a $300 billion lesson in over expansion. One thing is certain, Oracle isn't playing it safe anymore. They are playing for the whole jackpot. So friends, what do you think? Is Oracle the best AI player in the market, or the risk is too high? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dive into the tech that is going to shape 2026 and beyond. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। हाल ही में अमेरिका और ईरान के बीच में एक डील हुई है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि अब जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ है पूरी तरह खुल गया है, हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। और इस खबर के आते ही जो प्राइस है क्रूड ऑयल का वो गिर गया है, $75 आ गया है। आपको पता होगा कि जो क्रूड का जो प्राइस था वो 100 के ऊपर जा रहा था, लेकिन अब 75 पे आ गया है, कल ही आया है। और ऐसा बोला जा रहा है कि और गिरेगा। तो क्योंकि प्राइस गिर रहा है, इससे क्या नए खतरे का हमें आभास हो रहा है? ऐसा है कि इस पर्टिकुलर एग्रीमेंट में कोई नया युद्ध के बारे में कुछ बातें हैं जो बाहर आ सकती हैं। तो इस वीडियो में हम इस बात का एक चर्चा करेंगे, एक डिस्कशन करेंगे कि अगर $50 से नीचे प्राइस आ गया तो दुनिया के अर्थव्यवस्था को लेके क्या चिंता करनी चाहिए और इसके बाद कुछ और हमारे ऊपर कोई विपदा तो नहीं आने वाली है। इसके बारे में हम डिस्कशन करते हैं इस वीडियो में। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हम सबको मालूम है कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ के आसपास क्या हुआ। अमेरिका और ईरान में आपस में लड़ाई हुई और पहले तो ईरान ने स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ को बंद किया, इधर-उधर बमबारी की। उसके बाद अमेरिका ने उसको बंद कर दिया, करीब 1 महीने से ज़्यादा हो गया। अमेरिका ने उसमें ब्लॉकेड लगाया हुआ है। उसकी वजह से जो क्रूड ऑयल का प्राइस है वो आसमान छू गया, 110 120 तक पहुंच गया। और आप देखिए, अगर आप इस जियोपॉलिटिक्स में कुछ रुचि रखते हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जो क्रूड ऑयल है उसके सबसे बड़े बायर कौन है दुनिया में। अफ्रीका के कंट्रीज नहीं है, अमेरिका भी एक बड़ा बायर है, लेकिन उसके पास तो ऑयल है काफ़ी, काफ़ी दुनिया का ऑयल कंट्रोल करता है। और सबसे जो बड़े बायर हैं जिनके पास ऑयल नहीं है वो है चाइना और इंडिया। तो ये दो देशों को काफ़ी महंगा ऑयल खरीदना पड़ा पिछले कुछ महीनों में, और फिर काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हुई, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है। तो इंडिया ने भी ये सब काम किए। तो बहरहाल सब लोग जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस करते हैं इंक्लूडिंग रशिया, दे वर वेरी हैप्पी कि भाई प्राइस बढ़ गया तो हम पैसे कमा रहे हैं। तो ये जो लड़ाई हो रही थी उसके ऊपर से ये बात करते थे कि भाई बुरी बात है, बुरी बात है, लेकिन अंदर अंदर बड़े खुश हो रहे थे। अब क्या हुआ है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में खबर आ रही है कि अमेरिका और ईरान का जो एग्रीमेंट है वो पूरा हो चुका है। और खबर आते ही प्राइस जो है ऑयल का एकदम $75 आ गया। कल के मैं रेट बता रहा हूँ, आज का मैंने अभी चेक नहीं किया है, लेकिन कल $75 आ गया। $75 एकदम से गिरावट आई है। तो जो पैसे जो कमा रहे थे, जो कंट्रीज जो खुश थे, पैसे कमा रहे थे, लेकिन ऊपर ऊपर से दिखा रहे थे शांति होनी चाहिए, ब्ला ब्ला बोल रहे थे, लेकिन अब वो $75 आ गया तो उनकी इनकम में थोड़ी गिरावट आएगी। और कॉन्सिक्वेंटली क्या होगा कि जो मेजर बायर है विच इज़ इंडिया और चाइना, इनको थोड़ी राहत मिलेगी। तो ये गिरावट जो आ रही है, और अगर ये सब ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो बिल्कुल गिर के, ऐसा बोला जा रहा है, कुछ विशेषज्ञ बोल रहे हैं कि ये $50 तक आ सकती है। जब $50 आ जाएगा तो मतलब जो अभी तक पैसे कमा रहे थे उसके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे। जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग नेशंस हैं उनके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, तो उसकी वजह से उनकी आमदनी कम हो जाएगी, उनके पैसे कम हो जाएंगे। तो क्या ये जो ड्रॉप है या जो एग्रीमेंट है, ये परमानेंट है या किसी और नए गंभीर किसी स्थिति की चेतावनी देता है। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। सबसे पहले ये समझना जरूरी है कि हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे कैसे। फरवरी में अमेरिका और के बीच में सैन्य वार्ता हुई जो विफल हुई, फिर उनकी लड़ाई हुई, फिर चेक पॉइंट बनाए गए और उसके बाद ये बोला गया कि ये कंट्रीज को अलाउड है, इनको नहीं अलाउड है, अमेरिका को अलाउड नहीं है, चाइना और इंडिया को अलाउड है। बैकडोर बहुत डिस्कशन चल रहा था और जो देश ऐसा लग रहा था जो ईरान के दुश्मन है नेबरहुड के अंदर, जैसे कतर है, यूएई, वो भी अपने बैकडोर डिस्कशन कर रहे थे और कोई नहीं चाहता था कि वहां पे और तबाही हो, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली अगर वहां तबाही होगी तो ऑयल का प्राइस, जो ग्लोबल ऑयल का प्राइस है, आसमान छू देगा। तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो कंट्रोल रिएक्शन चलता रहा, एक दूसरे को धमकियां देते रहे लोग, लेकिन फाइनली कल जाके डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने बोला है कि हमारा वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। हालांकि अभी ये साइन नहीं हुआ है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। जैसे ही ये खबर आई, प्राइस एकदम नीचे लुढ़क गया, $75 हो गया, विच इज़ रीजनेबल। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है, लेकिन क्योंकि अब प्राइस कम हो रहे हैं जिससे अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। प्राइस कम होने से अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिकॉज अमेरिका के पास तो सऊदी का ऑयल है उनके पास। ईरान के साथ अब दोस्ती हो गई है, अभी साइन होना बाकी है, लेकिन वेनेजुएला का जो टॉप ग्रेड ऑयल है वो उनके पास है। फर्क पड़ता है ब्राज़ील, इजराइल और सऊदी को, तो उनके पैसे कम हो रहे हैं। तो उसकी वजह से अब क्या होगा आगे, क्या होगा, दोबारा से कुछ देश नाखुश हो जाएंगे और लड़ाई पे जाने की बात करेंगे, या जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स है वो एक नया रूप लेगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जो 75% दुनिया का जो ट्रेड होता है, ग्लोबल ट्रेड, वो ऑयल ही होता है। हम जो रोजेस और टी और जो भी और चीज़ें हैं जो हम बिजनेस करते हैं कंट्रीज आपस में, वो कुछ भी नहीं है कंपेयर टू द ऑयल ट्रेड। सो जितना भी हमारा मैरीटाइम, जो हमारा ट्रैफिक चलता है अटलांटिक में और इंडियन ओशन में, उसमें 75% आर दी ऑयल टैंकर्स। तो जो रिस्क प्रीमियम है वो भी अब खत्म हो गया, अब शांति हो गई है और दोनों देशों ने अनाउंस कर दिया है कि अब हम 1 महीने के अंदर, 30 दिनों के अंदर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मोज बिल्कुल पूरी तरह हर एक के लिए खुल जाएगा, कोई टोल टैक्स नहीं दिया जाएगा और सब कुछ खत्म, मतलब जो लड़ाई थी वो सब खत्म हो गई है। अब आप इमेजिन करें, जो चीज़ें मैंने आपको बताई हैं कि अगर प्राइस कम होता रहा तो $50 आ जाएगा। इसका मतलब कि जो उन्नति कर रहे देश हैं चाइना और इंडिया, उनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, और जो देश जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उनको काफ़ी नुकसान हो जाएगा। और उनके अंदर 1-1.5 साल के अंदर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो उनका जो पोजीशन है, ग्लोबल पोजीशन थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा। तो अभी देखना हमें ये है कि अगर ये डील फेल हो गई किसी वजह से, सबसे बड़ा क्रॉनिक जो पॉइंट है इसमें वो ये है कि अमेरिका नहीं चाहता कि ईरान के पास एटॉमिक पावर बने। तो क्या वो अपना एम्बिशन छोड़ देंगे, क्या वो कुछ और बैकग्राउंड एक्टिविटी करेंगे, क्योंकि इस चीज़ के अंदर दुनिया के देशों में काफ़ी बैकग्राउंड डिस्कशन और बैकडोर डिस्कशंस काफ़ी चल रहे हैं। और ये जो शांति है अभी हुई नहीं है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हुआ है जिसको ईरान ने भी कहा है कि हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है, और यूएस ने इनके जो पूरे ब्लॉक जो एसेट्स थे पिछले 40 साल से ब्लॉक किए हुए थे, वो सारे आज खोल दिए हैं। आज की खबर ये है कि वो अनब्लॉक कर दिए हैं। तो 1989 से जो ब्लॉक किए हुए थे सारे आज खोल दिए गए हैं। तो ईरान के पास काफ़ी पैसे आ जाएंगे, और उसके अगेंस्ट ईरान बोल रहा है कि मुझे एटॉमिक पावर नहीं बनना है, और वो एटॉमिक पावर जो भी है वो अब अमेरिका के हाथ में रहेगा। तो ईरान ने अपने ड्रीम्स को गिव अप कर दिया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक फोर्स्ड एग्रीमेंट है? अगर ये एग्रीमेंट पिछले अगले 30 दिनों में साइन नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा? दोबारा से नई तरीके की कोई लड़ाई हो सकती है? एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है जो आ रहा है मेरे ख्याल से। वी हैव टू वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 30 डेज, तब इसमें कुछ क्लैरिटी आएगी। तो दोस्तों, आप इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। आपको लगता है कि ये जो पीस है ये लास्टिंग पीस है या एक कंट्रोल्ड, एक तरीके का कंट्रोल किया गया है, जिससे कि आप कुछ दें, कुछ मैं लूँ, कुछ आप, गिव एंड टेक हुआ है इसके अंदर, जिसकी वजह से पीस लाई गई है। कमेंट करके बताएं, ज़रूर बताएं, जिससे पता चलेगा कि आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, शेयर करें। मिलता हूं जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में दूसरे एनालिसिस के साथ। धन्यवाद। Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. Now, President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you're left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coasts, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, the China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico, and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If a $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink? Or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the dawn of civilization, when society sought order amid the chaos of human desire and duty, a sage named Manu stepped forward to weave the law into life. His vision was not confined to ritual or governance alone. It reached into the intimate bond between men and women, shaping the very foundation of family and societies. Manu's world became more than a rule. They were a mirror of cosmic balance, binding love, duty, and hierarchy into the framework that endured for centuries. Like Hammurabi in Babylon or Confucius in China, Manu's legacy reminds us that across culture, sages and lawgivers sought to tame the most powerful force of all, that is relationship between men and women. And in doing so, they etched the blueprint of civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. In the tapestry of ancient Indian thought, few figures loom as prominently as Manu, the legendary lawgiver whose name is inseparably tied to the Manusmriti, a text that sought to codify the rhythm of human life. Manu was not merely a sage, he was envisioned as the archetypal legislator, the one who translated cosmic order into social norms. His laws, particularly those governing the relationship between men and women, revealed both the aspiration and the anxieties of civilization, striving to balance duty, morality, and hierarchy. So the Manusmriti present marriage not as a private contract, but as a sacred institution woven into the fabric of dharma, which is righteousness. Manu's vision of gender relationship was deeply rooted in the idea of complement the men and women, and the men and women were seen as two halves of cosmic order, cosmic as a whole, each with a distinct role that together sustained society. The woman was reserved as the bearer of lineage, a guardian of household sanctity, and the embodiment of nurturing power. The man, in return, was tasked with the protection, provision, and pursuit of spiritual and worldly duties. In this framework, the harmony was achieved not through the equality in the modern sense, but through the balance which fulfilling a role that maintained cosmic and social order. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this topic, yet the Manu's law also reflect the patriarchal structure of his time. Through Manu actually elevated the feminine principle in symbolic way. He declared that where the women are honored, the god rejoice, and where they are dishonored, all right loses their efficacy. And sometimes this kind of few restrictions that actually become paradox when we talk about the modern times, and it also maybe in actually resulted in the paradox of ancient gender norms. So the influence of Manu's vision extended far beyond domestic life by codifying rules of marriage, inheritance, and the conduct. He shaped the very architecture of society. His laws became a reference point for centuries, debated and adopted, and sometimes restricted, but never ignored. So they provided a framework for order in the world where the oral tradition and the ritual practice needed the anchor to written codes or a written duty mentioning. So parallel to Manu can be found across the civilization. In the West, the figures like Hammurabi of Babylon emerged as counterpart. Hammurabi's famous code inscribed on stone also sought to regulate family life, property, and justice, embodying the patriarchal norms within the broader vision of social stability. In the ancient Rome, the 12 table performed the similar function, defining the rights and duties of men and women within the civil order. In China, Confucian's teaching, though not codified in the same way, established the enduring principle of family hierarchy and gender role, and emphasizing the kind of all the duties, and at the same time it also mentioned the subordination of women within the household. So like of these lawgivers or traditions, when we talk about these distinct codings, like Manu, they also sought to anchor the society in a vision of order that linked cosmic or moral principle with everyday relationship. But what makes Manu distinctive is the spiritual dimension he infused into law. For him, the regulation of men and women relationship was not merely a pragmatic, but a sacred, a reflection of dharma itself. So marriage was a right, not a contract. The household was a microcosm of the universe, and the woman as its center was both revered and bound by duty. This intertwined of the law, ritual, and cosmology gave Manu's vision a depth that continues to provoke reflection. So in the modern age, Manu's legacy is contested, sometimes criticized, but critics highlight the restrictive aspect of his law, especially regarding women's autonomy, while others emphasize the symbolic reverence and the attempt to harmonize the social life with cosmic principle. His parallel Hammurabi, Confucius, and Roman jurist reminded us that every civilization has grappled with the same challenge: how to regulate human relationship in a way that preserve the order, morality, and continuity. The answer differs, but the impulse is universal. Ultimately, Manu stands as both a product of his time, a figure of enduring influence, and his law revealed the ancient Indian attempt to weave the gender relation into a larger fabric of dharma, that is righteousness, balancing reverence with restriction and symbolism with social control. In his vision, the relationship between men and women was not merely personal but civilizational. a cornerstone upon which the base of the society rested. And in this vision, we glimpse the perennial human quest to align the intimate bond of a family with the vast order of cosmos. So, Manu's vision of men and women was not merely about domestic order. It was about aligning human bonds with cosmic laws. His the words inscribed in the Smriti actually became both revered and contested, shaping the centuries of thought on duty, family, and society. Like Hammurabi's stone tablet or Confucius' teaching, Manu's legacy reminds us that every civilization sought to anchor relationship in principle larger than themselves. His laws may reflect the paradox of their ages, but reverence entwined with restriction, but at the same time they endure as a testament to humanity's a timeless quest for harmony between love, duty, and greater order of the world. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please mention or write your comments on this topic. Also, please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 17 जून है और आज बुधवार का दिन है। तो आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का जो दिन होता है बहुत ही शुभ होता है गणेश पूजा के लिए। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश पूजा के साथ और आप सभी हमारे साथ रिपीट करें। 11 दफ़ा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। बहुत ही साधारण सा सिंपल सा मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी खुश होते हैं। तो अगर आप अपना दिन या आप बिजनेसमैन हैं या आप पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं तो अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले अपना जो प्रोफेशनल दिन है इस मंत्र का जाप हर बुधवार को करें। ठीक है, तो चलिए आंखें बंद कर लेते हैं, हाथ जोड़ के भगवान गणेश का ध्यान करते हैं और मेरे साथ जोड़िए, मेरे साथ रिसाइट करिए ये मंत्र जो भगवान गणेश जी को समर्पित है। ओके, शुरू करते हैं। ओम गं गम गणपतये नमः। ओम 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 गणपतये नमः। तो दोस्तों, हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई। भगवान गणेश को हमने आज अपना पूजा समर्पित की और आशा करते हैं आप भी हमारे साथ इसको रिपीट करेंगे। 11 दफ़ा ही करना है, बहुत साधारण सा एक मंत्र है और इससे भगवान गणेश काफ़ी शुभ लाभ देते हैं। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। इस वीडियो में आपसे विदा लेता हूँ। जल्दी मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा। आपका दिन शुभ रहे। नमस्कार। Hello friends. In today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just data, it is the universal awareness. In this video, we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go and discuss this further. In the world of business, we are taught that results are everything. Quarterly earning, market share, profits, these are the metrics of our worth. We spend our lives chasing the fruits, but there is a ceiling to that kind of leadership. Eventually, the chase leads to burnout, short-sightedness, and a strong sense of emptiness. 5,000 or 7,000 years ago, on a different kind of a battlefield, Bhagwan Krishna gave Arjun a piece of advice that is arguably the most sophisticated management strategy ever recorded. Today we are looking at chapter 8, verse 28. It is the secret to why the most iconic CEOs don't actually chase results, they transcend them. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further and let's examine the verse. And the quote starts: a yogi who performs devotional service transcends the fruit of Vedic study, austerities, sacrifices, charities, and pieties. He attains my supreme eternal abode. And the quote close. Let us translate that into an executive speak. In the ancient context, the Vedic study and the austerities were the standard best practice for success. In today's term, these are your MBAs, your 80 hours work week, your strategic philanthropy, and the corporate social responsibility. Krishna isn't saying these things are bad. He's saying these are, intermediate goals. A yogi CEO doesn't just do the work to get the result. They perform the devotional service. In business, we call this purpose-driven leadership. Why does Bhagwan Krishna tells us to transcend the fruits? Because when a CEO is obsessed with the fruit, which is in other terms is profit, or the exit strategy, three things can happen. First, risk aversion. You become afraid to innovate because you might lose the immediate prize. Second, short-termism. You sacrifice the health of the company in your 5-year bonus and year on year. So basically you're now waiting for 5 years and then on every year you're basically ignoring the company's health. Third, anxiety. Your peace of mind is at a mercy of the market. So when the verse talks about transcending the fruits, it's about decoupling your identity from the outcome. When you stop chasing the result, you gain the clarity to see the move that actually wins the game. And the verse mentions about devotional service. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you have to be in a temple. It means your work is an offering to a higher mission. Think of the Yuan Koinard at Patagonia or Satya Nadella's shift at Microsoft. They shifted from beating the competition to a higher purpose. When you lead with a devotion to a mission, whether it's solving a climate crisis or empowering every person on the planet, the fruit, which is the profit and the piety, come as the natural byproduct. By aiming for the supreme abode, which we can interpret as the ultimate vision or your legacy, you automatically satisfy all the smaller matrices of success. The verse concludes, and the quote starts, "He attains my supreme eternal abode," quote close. For a leader, the supreme abode is the state of equanimity. It is the ability to lead from a place of inner stillness. While the other CEOs are panicking over a bad quarter, the yogi CEO remains fixed on the eternal vision. This isn't just the spiritual fluff, it is the competitive advantage. A leader who cannot be shaken by the fruits is the most dangerous competitor in the room, because they are playing an infinite game while everyone else is playing a finite one. So, here is the challenge for the modern executive. Look at your sacrifices and your charity and your studies. Are you doing them just for the fruits? Well, I think that's a question that you can send it across to us if you want to share. Chapter 8, verse 28 invites you to level up, stop chasing the quarterly numbers, quarterly earnings, start performing your leadership as a service to a higher purpose. When you transcend the result, you don't lose them, you master them. The best CEO don't just build companies, they attain a legacy that lasts. They reach their supreme abode. So friends, are you ready to stop chasing this, start chasing the result and start transcending? Do let me know. Thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, welcome to chapter number 2, which is about how to apply gesso. So I will explain everything to you. I will tell you what is gesso, why it is so important, etc. This is the chapter number 2. First chapter was dedicated on how to apply the masking tape. As you can see, I have actually applied the masking tape all across the border. I plan to apply masking tape for dividing the sections on this painting also, which I will cover in the subsequent chapters. Alright, so let's go back to our main topic, which is gesso. Gesso is required. Let me first show you what is gesso. So I am using a gesso from a company called Art Cover. You can see this is which I use always, and I prefer using this because this has given beautiful results. Alright, so this gesso is a basic compound. Basically it gets applied on the canvas. Couple of things it does for the painting. Number one is it actually it's basically opaque. It makes the entire white surface as completely opaque white. So when it is opaque, that means when the painting is ready, there will be no significant light reflection, and the change of color will not happen. So it will make your canvas completely opaque, and then it will be very good for receiving colors. So if the white portion, which is the background of your painting, is completely opaque and pure white, then it is much more receptive to receive oil colors or acrylic color. So gesso is used for primarily for preparing your canvas, especially for oil colors as well as for acrylic. Since I am using my canvas to make oil painting, I will be applying the same gesso and then do my oil painting. There are a couple of other things it does. First of all, it actually makes it opaque. It makes it very even. So gesso, once it is applied, it settles in a very even, uniform canvas. As you can see right now, whether I'm not sure whether the camera is doing justice, but there are few wrinkles, because cloth will always have a wrinkle. So there are few wrinkles, and you don't want these wrinkles to appear on your painting. So that is why you need to apply gesso. Well, many people go ahead with their painting, their artwork, without applying gesso, but then these are the drawbacks. So if you are if you want to convert your creativity into a long term beautiful lasting piece, make sure that you have your planning done, and also apply gesso before you even start doing anything with your painting. So I explained why you need gesso. This gesso is pure white. It is water soluble. You can just take it and use this kind of roller. You can also use brush, but then brush will leave its marking. But if you use roller like this one, this is a small roller which I use, so I recommend that you also use the roller, because this one will not leave any marking on the while applying the gesso. Once you have applied the gesso, make sure that gesso is applied after you put the border masking tape. As in the previous chapter I have explained, I have actually applied the masking tape to create the border. So once you have done that, then you can apply the gesso, so that you know exactly how big your painting would be, and what elements you need to bring into your paintings. Once the gesso is applied, it's actually different kinds of varieties of gessos are there. There is a fast drying gesso, there is a slow drying gesso. So if you are applying, depending on what you are planning to do, you can actually take fast drying gesso, which I have taken. It will get dry within 30 minutes. But once I apply the gesso, I will actually like to wait for 1 or 2 days, because I don't want anything to I don't want to give any chance for any wet surfaces of my painting. Obviously this is a water based compound and it has to get dried, and it also depends on the weather. So if you are in a cold country, gesso will take longer to dry. I mean, the water will take longer to dry, which gesso will is pre-mixed with. So make sure that there are certain things that you should look after. And once you have applied the gesso, once the canvas is completely dried, then it has become a base canvas for your painting to start with. So this is chapter number 2. I have told you why you need a gesso, how to apply gesso, and therefore this is something which you must keep in mind while planning your painting. Alright, so in the next chapter we will actually segmentize our painting. I will tell you how to use masking tape to segmentize your painting, so that you don't waste color and then overlap different colors when you start making your paintings. All right, so that will be chapter number 3. So I will see you in chapter number 3. Make sure that you follow these instructions and prepare your canvas using gesso. See you in the next one.
Hello friends and namaskaram. Oil India Limited has officially reported that the there is a presence of natural gas in the Andaman offshore basin, a major milestone in the India's quest for energy security. Therefore, in this video, we break down what this discovery means for India's energy future, the significance of the Samudra Manthan mission, and whether the Andaman region could become a game changer for the domestic fuel production. Let's go. Hello everyone, I am CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. Today we are looking at the recent development that could fundamentally reshape India's energy landscape. For years, the geologists have pointed towards the Andaman Basin as a hidden treasure chest. Well, the wait might be over. State-run Oil India Limited has just reported a significant natural gas discovery in the Andaman offshore region. This isn't just a minor finding, it's being hailed as the ocean of energy opportunity. Today we are going to look at the Sri Vijayapuram 3 well. It's a well basically deep in the ocean near the Andamans, and why this matters for your energy bill and how this fits into India's broader Samudra Manthan mission. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's get into the technicals. Oil India drilled the Sri Vijayapuram 3, an exploratory well about 15 kilometers off the east coast of Andaman Islands. At a water depth of 355 meters, they reached the Econ formation at over 1900 meters deep. What is the result? The result is continuous gas flaring during the initial production testing. This is the smoking gun of the oil and gas world. It confirms that the reservoir isn't just a theory, it's an active working petroleum system. Remarkably, this is is the second positive find of just 3 exploratory well drilled at the specific campaign. The odds are looking better than ever. So the big question is, why now? This discovery is a direct outcome of the Samudra Manthan mission, the National Deep Water Exploration Mission announced by Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi on the Independence Day in 2025. The goal is very clear: to move beyond shallow water and unlock the true hydrocarbon potential of India, which is deep water offshore basins. Oil India isn't going at this alone. They are building a strategy to coordinate with global deep water heavyweights. Think of names like Petrobras, Total Energies, BP, Shell, and ExxonMobil. This is about to bring the world-class technology to our own backyard, and this is our own Guyana movement. You might remember how massive offshore discovery transformed Guyana's economy. While we aren't there yet, the comparison is being made for a reason. Strategically, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are sitting right next to the Strait of Malacca, one of the world's most critical maritime trade and energy corridors. Beyond just finding gas, establishing a thriving energy industry here strengthened India's economy and strategic presence in the eastern Indian Ocean. It's about energy resilience in a world where supply chains are becoming increasingly volatile. Now, a reality check for our viewers. We are in the discovery phase, not in the production phase. Oil India is currently collecting samples to assess composition, calorific values, and isotopic signatures to understand exactly how this gas was formed. The next steps involve extensive appraisal drilling to determine if there are reserves and the reserves hold enough material so that drilling is commercially viable. It is a long road, but with the consecutive discoveries, the confidence in this basin is growing by the day. India imports about 85% of its crude oil as well as the gas. The massive chunk of the natural gas also comes from the oil producing nations, which is OPEC countries. Every bit of domestic production helps protecting us from the global price shock. It's a great news. So friends, if you are enthusiastic about knowing more, please drop a comment and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends and namaskaram. Could we actually hack Earth's magnetic field to protect our own modern technology? Very profound question. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary and controversial new proposal from the scientist deploying spacecraft to spray chemicals directly into the Earth's magnetosphere. As our reliance on satellite and power grids and GPS grows, so does our vulnerability to external solar storms. Could a man-made solar shield be the key to preventing a global blackout? Let's discuss this further. Imagine you're living in a world where everything just stops. No GPS to guide your travel, no internet to connect your PCs, no power grid to keep your lights on. It sounds like the plot of a disaster movie. But it's a very real threat looming 93 million miles away on the surface of the sun. We have spent decades getting better at predicting space weather, acting like people in village watching a river rise, hoping we can warn everyone before the flood hits. But what if we didn't just watch? What if we could actually build a wall to stop the water? Today we're looking at a bold new proposal from scientists, a storm wall designed to actively hack Earth's magnetic field. Can we really engineer our way out of a solar storm, a massive one? To understand why we need a solar shield, we have to understand our current defenses. The magnetosphere. It's a vast invisible bubble around our planet that deflects the sun's charged particles away from Earth. Usually it does a great job, but it is not impenetrable. The danger comes when the sun releases a massive eruption known as the coronal mass ejection or CME. When this cloud of magnetic energy hits Earth, it can trigger a process called magnetic reconnection. Think of it like a shortcut. When the solar magnetic field aligns just right with our own, it rips a hole in the shield. This allows solar energy to flood into our near Earth space, causing geomagnetic storms. Why should you care about this? Because our modern world is fragile. We have seen these storms fry satellites, disrupt radio signals, and surge power grids with enough voltage to cause massive blackouts. In May 2024, a major storm hit, causing hundreds of millions of dollars in losses for the agriculture industry alone when the GPS guided tractors could not function. As our tech dependency grows, our vulnerability to these invaders from space only get worse. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move forward. So how do we fix this issue? A team led by Brian Walsh from Boston University has proposed a concept called storm wall. If you can't make the shield stronger, why not give it an airbag? The idea is to launch a fleet of 6 spacecraft into specific orbits. These ships would carry payloads of alkaline chemicals like barium or lithium, which they could spray into the magnetosphere. When these chemicals are released, the they actually become photoionized, creating a cloud of artificial plasma. This plasma would essentially thicken the boundary between us and the solar wind. By adding this mass to the critical frontier of magnetosphere, the storm wall would disrupt the energy flow of incoming storms. It forces the space weather bounce back around and past our planet instead of punching through. Computer simulation suggests this could reduce the intensity of the geomagnetic storm by more than 50%. It's not about stopping the sun, it's about turning a catastrophic hit into a glancing blow. Now, before we go spraying chemicals into space, we have to talk about the but part of it. And there are several buts here. First, the cost. We are talking about launching 6 spacecrafts, each carrying material equivalent to roughly 12 oil trucks. It's a one and done solution. Once the chemicals are sprayed, the system essentially spends it. It's incredibly expensive, and then there is ethical and environmental questions about geoengineering. While the researchers argue that the risk of contamination is very low since the plasma gets swept away by the solar wind within about 6 hours, any attempt to hack the planetary system comes with a lot of uncertainty. We have to ask, what are the unintended consequences of messing with our magnetic field? Any project of this scale would require massive international cooperations, oversight, and transparency. Is the storm wall the future of space defenses? Maybe. As we pour money into orbital infrastructure and space-based data centers, the financial math, as the researchers put it, might start to make sense. The reality is that if we build this, it wouldn't just protect our one country or one group of satellites, it would serve as a collective shield for the entire planet. We are becoming a space-faring civilization, which means we have to start acting like one. Whether or not we use space airbags, we have to find better ways to live within the volatile star we orbit. So friends, what do you think? Should we be experimenting with our planet's magnetic field, or is it the risk too high? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching and stay curious. I will catch you again in the next one. Imagine you're moving into a new apartment, but there is a catch. You have to carry every single piece of furniture, the walls, the plumbing, and the oxygen system on your back while climbing a mountain. That is essentially the challenge of building a base on the moon. For decades, the dream of lunar colony has been held back by one brutal reality, which is the weight. In the space industry, mass is money. Every extra kilogram of steel or aluminum you send to lunar surface costs a fortune in rocket fuel. Because of this, most proposed moon bases have been small, cramped, and incredibly difficult to scale. But that's about to change now. A Florida-based startup called MaxSpace has just unveiled a design that sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, a pop-up habitat. They aren't just building rooms, they are building what they call the scalable real estate for the moon. And if they succeed, the era of flags and footprints is over and the era of lunar cities is going to begin. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. So why is the MaxSpace important? They recently emerged from the stealth with a bold claim. They can provide most habitable volume for the lowest launch mass in history. In April 2026, the company unveiled a subscale version of their expandable habitat, proving that this isn't just a digital render, it's a physical hardware. Led by the co-founder Salim Mia and Aaron Kemmer, MaxSpace is leveraging over 30 years of material science knowledge and what they call the practical readiness of the materials to solve the hardest problem in lunar exploration. The core idea is very simple. Instead of sending a rigid metal tube that is mostly empty space, you send a highly compressed, ultra strong fabric envelope. One of it hits the lunar surface, it pops up and expanding to 20 times its original stored volume. Think about that. One single SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, a workhorse of the modern space flight, could theoretically launch a fully equipped habitat with 350 cubic meters of volume. To put that in perspective, that's about a third of the entire habitable volume of the International Space Station, delivered in a single relatively cheap launch. Now, I know what you're thinking. Inflatable on the moon. Well, isn't that just a giant balloon waiting to pop? It's a very fair question. The lunar environment is a nightmare. Temperatures swing between 107 degrees in the sun to minus 153 in the shade. There is no atmosphere to stop micrometeorites, and radiation from solar flare can be lethal. But Max Space design isn't a balloon. It's an engineering marvel made of interwoven layer of advanced materials like Kevlar and specialized polymer bladders. Why this is actually better than metal? There are several reasons, starting with the debris protection. This is the first reason. Rigid metal hull can actually shatter or spall when hit by a high speed space dust. Expandable layer absorbs the disperse the impact energy, much like a bulletproof vest. Second is the radiation shielding. Because these habitats are so large, once expanded, they can be outfitted with internal shieldings or even covered with lunar regolith, which is the moon soil or moon dirt, whatever you want to call it, and that will create a massive radiation proof bunker. Number 3 is the mass to volume ratio. In a rigid module, the walls have to be thick enough to handle launch vibration and internal pressures. With an expandable, the walls are optimized for the pressure of the space, making them lighter and stronger per square inch. The company calls this scalable real estate because it allows for a modular approach. You don't just build one room, you link them together. You can have a pop-up lab, a pop-up greenhouse, and pop-up sleeping quarters, all connected by a pressurized tunnel. This news couldn't come at a better time. We are currently in the middle of Artemis era. As of April 2026, Artemis 2 has successfully returned from its lunar flyby, marking the first humans to have seen the far side of moon with their own eyes since 1972. NASA is now laser focused on Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, which are targeted for 2028. Artemis 5 is going to be very interesting because it's specifically where the moon-based phase begins. NASA recently announced they are moving away from the Lunar Gateway space station concept in favor of a permanent surface infrastructure. They want to stay on the surface of the moon. And this is where the Max Space and the Voyager Technologies partnership comes in reality and becomes more real. The company behind the Star Lab, in fact, the Voyager, you may be knowing, is the company behind this Star Lab space station, and has made a multi-million-dollar investment in Max Space to ensure this tech is ready for the Artemis mission. Now, what is the goal? By the late 2020s, instead of astronauts living out of their lander for a week, they will move into these Max Space habitat for months at a time. This tech turns a visit into a colony. So that is a very clear goal. What is the next step now? Max Space isn't going straight to the moon. First, they have to prove it their system works in vacuum of Earth's orbit. Their first flight, known as the mission Evolution, is scheduled for 2027 as a ride share on a Falcon 9. This will be a smaller prototype to validate the deployment sequence and structural integrity. If that works, the sky, or rather the lunar South Pole, is the limit. They are already designing their Thunderbird station, a commercial outpost that could serve as a lunar hotel or a research hub. For 60 years, we have thought about space station, the moon bases, as cold metallic cylinders, but the future of human life beyond Earth might be softer, lighter, and much, much bigger. Max Space is betting that the key to cosmos isn't building bigger rockets, but building smarter houses. If they are right, the first pop-up colony on the moon won't just be a scientific outpost. It will be the first real piece of lunar real estate in human history. Now, the question is, if you could book a room in a pop-up lunar hotel in 2030, would you go to moon? I will like to know your answer. So friends, thanks for watching. If you want to stay updated on the race to build the first moon base, hit that subscribe button and check out our other videos on Artemis program. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day, you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, "Even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal." Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less. It's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee from the intern to the CFO is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. Is your leadership style stuck on a treadmill of a quarterly targets and reactive firefighting? If yes, then you've reached the right place, because in this video, we are going to decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 8. And we will translate it into a high level exit strategy for modern CEOs and business leaders. In this section, we will also discuss, or rather, decode what Bhagwan Krishna speaks of this cycle of birth and death as a place of misery and offers a path to the ultimate bliss and perfection. For the 21st century executives, this cycle is the exhausting loop of temporary wins, market volatility, and burnout. Let's discuss this further. If you're watching this, you're likely a leader, a founder, or an executive, a very senior executive. And if you're being honest, you have felt it too. It's the corporate treadmill. You hit your Q1 target, and for a moment, there is a rush of success. But by Monday morning, the success has evaporated, replaced by the pressure of Q2. It is a cycle of birth and death. The birth of a project, death of a quarter, the constant fluctuation of the market. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 15, Bhagwan Krishna described this material world as a place of misery and transience. To the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual poetry, it's a perfect description of the reactive business environment. Today we are going to discuss the exit strategy for excellence, how to stop running the cycle and start achieving what the Gita calls the ultimate perfection. So friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, having attained me, these great souls do not again suffer rebirth in this transient world full of misery, because they have attained their highest perfection. Quote close. In Sanskrit, the word means temporary, and therefore think about your last 3 wins. How long did the satisfaction last? A week? An hour? Think about it. Most CEOs spend their lives building a sandcastle while the tide is coming in. Krishna isn't saying the world is bad. He's saying it is the inconsistent. If your happiness or your sense of excellence is tied to things that shift, like market cap, public opinion, or interest rates, you are being defined by some sort of market definition, and therefore in state of misery because you are in a state of constant anxiety. The exit strategy isn't about quitting your job. It's about exiting this mental framework of dependency. The verse refers to the great souls. In business context, What separates a manager from a Mahatma? Very big question, right? So let me try and explain this. Detached from the result, attached to the purpose. That is the definition of Mahatma. A great soul, like when Krishna says, like me, when a CEO attach their identity to a higher mission, something beyond just the bottom line, they become immune to the misery of daily fluctuations. Next is the strategic stillness. When you aren't afraid of the death of a project or dip in the stock, you make better decisions. You aren't operating from a place of survival. You are operating from a place of vision. Imagine a CEO who doesn't panic when the cycle turns downwards. Why? Because they have already achieved a perfection within their own leadership philosophy that the market cannot touch them. And that is the ultimate competitive advantage. So, how do we reach this ultimate bliss? It starts with perfection around pivot. Perfection in Gita isn't about the bug free code or a flawless balance sheet, it's about dharma, which is the right action. For a CEO, ultimate bliss is the clarity that comes when your internal values, perfectly align with your external actions. When you stop chasing the temporary and start building the eternal, which is your legacy, your people, your impact, etc., the misery of the corporate cycle begins to fade away. You stop asking, how do I survive this quarter? And start asking, how do I serve the highest good through this enterprise? Ironically, when you stop obsessing over the material, which is rebirth of your profit, you often find that the profit follows you because you are now leading with clarity and that there is no lack of information within you. So, what is your exit strategy? Most CEO plan for a financial exit, a buyout, or a retirement. But the Gita suggests a spiritual exit, exiting the state of being a slave of your circumstances. By applying the wisdom of chapter 8, verse 15, you transition from a leader who is cycling to a leader who has attained perfection. You move from misery of the transient to the bliss of transcendent. Next time you feel the wall closing in or the pressure of cycle mounting, remember, you are a great soul. Your excellence doesn't depend on the world staying still. It depends on you finding the stillness within the moment. Thank you for joining me on this journey into Gita. Lead with purpose, lead with bliss, and achieve your own version of ultimate perfection. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, let me say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. In the modern corporate world, we are taught that to win, you must be a specialist. You must be the smartest person in the room, the hardest worker in the office, or the most disciplined follower of the playbook. We obsess over KPIs, data points, and 80-hour work week. But have you ever noticed that even the most brilliant specialists eventually hit a ceiling? They burn out. They get blindsided by market shifts. They lose their team. Why? Because they are missing what ancient wisdom calls the unfair advantage. Over 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the modern glass-walled boardrooms, a guide named Bhagwan Krishna gave a piece of advice to a leader in crisis. That advice is found in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 46, and it says, quote starts, "The yogi is superior to the ascetic. He is deemed superior even to the man of knowledge, and he is superior to the man of ritual action. Therefore, O Arjun, be a yogi." Today, we are going to translate this ancient code into a roadmap for the 21st century leadership. We are going to explore why a yogi beats a specialist every single time. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Moving on, what are the different kinds of most common executives? First is aesthetic, which in Sanskrit known as tapasvi. In Gita, tapasvi is someone who practices extreme self-denial. In the corporate world, this is the grind culture CEO. They are the first one in and last one out. They sacrifice sleep, family, health. They believe that if they just suffer more than the competition, they will win. But Krishna warns us, sheer endurance without balance leads to a narrow vision. Number 2 is Jnani, which is the man of knowledge. This is the data-driven specialist, the CEO with Ivy League pedigree and the analytics mind that can spot a trend in a spreadsheet from miles away. They have the facts, but they often lack wisdom. They are paralyzed by the data if the data is missing, and they often struggle to connect with the human element of their business. Number 3 is Karmi, the man of ritual action. This is a process-driven executive. They live by SOPs. They believe that if the ritual of the business, which is the meeting, the reports, different kinds of pyramids, bell curve, if they are followed perfectly, success is guaranteed. But when the world changes, they are too rigid to pivot. Bhagwan Krishna says yogi is better than all three. Why? Because the yogi CEO is a leader who has mastered their inner environment. They don't just possess knowledge, they possess clarity. They don't just work hard, they work purposefully. They don't just follow process, they follow a vision. A yogi's unfair advantage is equanimity. Think about the last time your company faced a crisis. Did you react out of fear? Did you make desperate move based on a dip in the stock prices? A yogi CEO operates from the neutral center. They are not swayed by the high of massive profit or low of the market crash. While everyone else is reacting, the yogi is responding. This isn't about being passive, it's about being so internally grounded that your decision making becomes clinical, fast, and remarkably accurate. That is the definition of the competitive edge. There are several things we can actually discuss around this, but I want to be brief. And therefore, the first advice I want to give you is the cognitive flexibility. The specialist is a hammer, and to them, every problem looks like a nail. But a yogi isn't attached to one way of thinking because they aren't defined by their expertise. They can see the whole board, they can integrate the hard work of aesthetic and the data of Gyani and the process of karmi without being enslaved by any of them. Second is the emotional intelligence. The yogi understand that a business is just a collection of human beings. By mastering their own minds, they naturally become master of empathy. They can read the room, they can inspire a team during a pivot because they aren't projecting their own anxiety onto other subordinates. Third, sustainable high performance. The ascetic CEO eventually burns out. The yogi CEO understands the rhythm of action and reset. They operate with sense of detachment and therefore detached engagement. They care deeply about results, but they aren't consumed by them. This detachment actually allows them to perform better because they aren't choked by the fear of failure. So, how do we become a yogi CEO? Very big question, right? Let's start. It starts with realization that your most important business tool isn't your laptop, your network, or your bank account. It is your own mind. As verse 46 concludes, it says, therefore be a yogi, O Arjun. Very, it's like a proverb. Be a yogi, O Arjun. Such few words, but very profound meaning. This is a call to action for every leader. Don't just be a worker. Don't just be an expert. Don't just be a bureaucrat. Cultivate the discipline of the mind. Practice the equanimity that allows you to see through the noise of the market. Lead from a place of stillness, and you will find the impossible problems starting to solve themselves. The specialist sees the obstacle. The yogi sees the path. Which one will you be? Let me know in the comments below. Before I part ways today, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organon and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further. In the world of global pharmaceuticals, 11.75 billion isn't just a number, it's a statement. On April 26, 2026, India's largest drug maker, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, didn't just make a deal, they redrew the map of global healthcare. Sun Pharma has officially entered a definitive agreement to acquire US-based Organon and Company for an enterprise value of 11.75 billion US dollars. This isn't just the biggest deal in Sun Pharma's 40 years history, surpassing even the legendary Ranbaxy and Taro acquisitions. It is one of the largest outbound acquisitions ever attempted by an Indian pharmaceutical company. But why now? Why Organon, a company only spun off from Maersk 5 years ago? And why is the stock market reacting with such intensity? Today we are breaking down the strategy, the math, and the global power play that just put Sun Pharma into the global top 25. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the deal, you have to understand the target. Organon isn't your average pharmaceutical startup. It was birthed in 2021 as a strategic spin-off from the global giant Maersk and Company. Organon was created to house Maersk's legacy brands, but more importantly to lead in area Maersk wanted to de-emphasize, things like women's health and biosimilars. Today, Organon is a powerhouse with a portfolio of over 70 products commercialized in more than 140 countries. We are talking about massive households, named franchises and contraception and fertility like Nexopalnan and NuvaRing. They also have their burgeoning biosimilar businesses, essentially high-tech generic versions of expensive biologic drugs. Before the deal, Organon was doing roughly 6.2 billion in annual revenue, but they carried a heavy burden. Nearly 8.6 billion in debt left over from the spin-off. That debt made them a target, and Sun Pharma, Dilip Sanghvi saw an opportunity where others saw a risk. For decades, Sun Pharma was known as the generic giant. They were the kings of making affordable versions of off-patent drugs. But the generic market in the US has become a race to the bottom, with shrinking margins and intense competition. Sun Pharma's managing director Kirti Ganorkar has been very clear. The future is in innovation and specialty medicine. This acquisition accelerates that shift by decade. And here are the three pillars of this deal. Number one is the women health leadership. This deal instantly makes Sun Pharma a top 3 global player in women's health. This is a sticky market with high patent loyalty and consistent demand. Number 2 is biosimilar leap. Sun Pharma was previously a minor player in biosimilars. Now they jump to the 7th largest biosimilar player globally. In a world where biological drugs are most expensive part of the healthcare, having a biosimilar engine is like owning a gold mine. Number 3 is the global commercial footprint. Sun Pharma already had a presence in the US and India, but Organon gives them boots on the ground in 150 countries, including high growth markets like China, Brazil, and major European hubs where Sun Pharma was previously underweight. So now let's talk about money. Sun Pharma is paying $14 per share in all cash deal. So let's break down this $14, what it comprises of. So enterprise value 11.75 billion, equity value 4 billion, and total revenue of 12.4 billion combined. So 12.4 billion. And there is a funding, internal cash plus they have taken a loan from Citibank, JP Morgan, and MUFG for this acquisition. Now, some analysts were worried Sun Pharma is taking on nearly 10 billion in new debt to make this happen. For a company that has traditionally been cash rich, this is a cultural shift. However, the magic math here is the profits. Organon generates incredible cash flow, nearly 1.9 billion in adjusted profit before tax. By combining the two, Sun Pharma expects to nearly double its cash flow. This allows them to pay down the massive debt quickly. The projected net debt to profit ratio is 2.3x, which in pharma's world is considered very, very manageable. So how did the market take it now? Initially, Organon shares surged over 15% just as soon as the news came out, while Sun Pharma saw a relief rally of 7 to 9%. While the relief, because investors finally saw that Sun Pharma was going to do with its massive cash pile. For years, shareholders asked, when will you make a big move? And this is that move now. But it's not all sunshine. There are risks also. Biggest risk is integration. Merging two companies of this size across 150 countries is logistical nightmare. Cultural fit. Moving a US headquartered Maersk legacy culture into Indian managed global giants takes time. And then lastly, regulatory hurdles. The deal isn't expected to close until early 2027. That's a long time for regulators, especially in the US, EU, and China, to magnify, they take the magnifying glass to basically examine the deal. So now my final verdict is Sun Pharma's acquisition of Organon is more than just a business transaction. It is a signal that Indian pharma has outgrown its pharmacy of the world label. They are no longer just the world's manufacturer. They are becoming world's innovator and owner of the global brands. If this deal succeeds, the Sun Pharma of 2030 will look less like a generic company from Mumbai and more like a global titan like Pfizer or Novartis. So friends, what do you think? Is 11.75 billion deal a fair price for the global dominance, or has Sun Pharma bitten off more than it can chew? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and for more deep dives into the deals that move the world, make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one. Before I part ways, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Imagine looking at a single point of light in the night sky, a light so bright it outshines the entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. Now imagine looking closer and realizing that the single point isn't one object, it's two, and they are rushing towards each other at millions of miles per hour. Astronomers have just confirmed one of the rarest sights in our universe, a pair of blazing quasars caught in the middle of chaotic, violent merger. This isn't just a pretty light show. It is a snapshot of the early universe, a time when the galaxies were still young and messy. Today we are going to peel back the layers of this discovery. We will talk about what is quasar actually is, how we found these two needle and haystack twins, and why this discovery might be a crystal ball looking into the future of our own Milky Way. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we can understand the collision, we have to understand the titans involved here. The word quasar, which is in short for quasi-stellar radio source, to the early telescope of the 1960s, they looked like stars, but they behaved like monsters. At the heart of every quasar is a supermassive black hole, but the black hole itself isn't the light you see. Black hole by definition don't let light escape. Instead, the glow came from the accretion disk, and as the black hole's gravity pull in massive amount of gas, dust, and even entire stars, that material spins around the center like water goes down the drain. The friction and the gravity heat this material to millions of degrees, causing it to glow with more energy than thousands of galaxies combined. They are the ultimate cosmic lighthouses, visible from very edge of the observable universe. When we see a quasar, we are seeing a black hole that is feeding. Finding a single quasar is hard. Finding two that are merging is nearly impossible. Why? Because they are so far away that they are usually appear as single blurry dot. But recently, a team of astronomers using the Gaia Space Observatory noticed something strange. Gaia is designed to track the positions of stars with incredible precision. While looking at the known quasars, they noticed a jiggle. The light wasn't moving in space, but its intensity was flickering back and forth between 2 points, like a railroad crossing signal seen from a distance. To confirm their suspicions, they called in the big guns, the Hubble Space Telescope and the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii. Hubble's sharp eyes revealed that this wasn't just a trick of light or gravitational lensing, where a closer galaxy acts as a magnifying glass. No, these were two distinct massive galaxies, each with its own feeding black holes at the center, physically bound by gravity. They are currently separated by only about 10,000 light years, which in cosmic terms is like two people standing on opposite sides of the living room. This specific pair of quasars is special because of when we are seeing them, because the light takes time to travel. Looking deep into space is like looking back in time. We are seeing these quasars as they were just 900 million years after the Big Bang. This puts them squarely in the epoch of reionization. This was the cosmic dawn, the era when the very first stars and galaxies were turning on and clearly moving away from the cold, dark hydrogen fog that filled the early universe. Seeing two quasars merging this early tells us that supermassive black holes didn't just grow slowly over billions of years, they grew through violence. They grew by eating each other. This discovery helps scientists refine their simulations of how the universe evolved from a hot soup of particles into a structured web of galaxies that we see today. You might be wondering, that's 12 billion years ago. Why does it matter to us now? Well, the Great Cosmic Collision is a preview of our own destiny. Right now, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is on a collision course with our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 to 5 billion years, our two galaxies will begin the same dance these quasars are doing right now. Our own central black hole Sagittarius A star, which is currently quiet and not feeding, might wake up during the merger. And as from gas from the Andromeda gets shoved into our galactical center, our black hole could ignite, turning a Milky Way into a blazing quasar for an distant alien astronomers to see. The two quasars we're talking about today have likely already finished their merger. In the now of the universe, they are probably one single gargantuan elliptical galaxy with one massive black hole at its core. We are just not catching the echoes of their ancient battle. It reminds us that the universe is not static place. It's a dynamic, evolving, and often violent masterpiece. Every time we find a pair like this, we add another piece to the puzzle of where we came from, where the cosmos is going, etc. So friends, thanks for joining in on this journey across space and time. If you want to keep exploring the wonders of the universe, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Until next time, please keep looking up. Before I part ways, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before modern medicine built its labs, ancient India nurtured a science of life that saw health as a harmony, healing as compassion. At the heart of this tradition stood Charak, the physician sage whose Charak Samhita became the cornerstone of the Ayurveda. He was not merely cataloging herbs or treatment, he was shaping a philosophy where the well-being of human, animals, and the environment were inseparably bounded. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as one of the most luminous thread. a physician, a philosopher, and the scientist of the 2nd century CE. Charak is remembered as the principal architect of Ayurveda, the science of life. His magnum opus, the Charak Samhita, is not merely a medical text but a holistic philosophy of health, weaving together the mind, the body, and the spirit and the environment into a unified vision of well-being. Charak's genius lay in his insistence that health was not the absence of disease but the balance of forces. He articulated the Tridosha theory, which is called Vat, Pith, and Kaph. That means the force of movement and the transformation and the structure derived from the element of the nature. So, as he actually mentioned, it is as a governing principle of philosophy and physiology. So these are not mystic abstraction but keen observations of how body respond to diet, climate, stress, and lifestyle. In his view, medicines were not about suppressing the symptoms but restoring the harmony. His philosophy resonated deeply in 2026 when modern medicine increasingly embraces personalized care, preventive health, and integrative approach. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, about Charak. Equally profound was Charak's emphasis on prevention. He prescribed a daily regime, that is dincharya, but that's what we call in Hindi. Then the second option he has given, seasonal routine, which is ritucharya, and dietary discipline as the pillar of resilience. He warned against the excess, idleness, and the neglect of nature's rhythm. Today, as the humanity faces epidemics of lifestyle diseases, diabetic, hypertension, obesity, his preventive ethos feels prophetic. And the public health campaign echoes his wisdom. Lifestyle is a medicine and balance is survival. Charak also recognized the inseparability of human and animals. His text include reference to veterinary care, acknowledging that the health of domesticated animals are vital to agrarian societies. In 2026, his vision expand into the modern concept of health, which link human, animal, environmental well-being. Zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debate about animal welfare remind us that the Charak's holistic worldview was centuries ahead of its time. The Charak Samhita catalogued hundreds of medical plants and minerals and formulations. Many of these are like turmeric, neem, ashwagandha. They are now globally recognized for their therapeutic properties. In 2026, the pharmacological and research continues to validate Charak's pharmacy and the kind of formation he actually written in his Charak Samhita, and offering sustainable alternative to synthetic drugs. His insistence on empirical observation and documentation of foreshadows the scientific method itself. Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine into ethics and ecology. He demanded that physician embody compassion, humanity, and humility and discipline while treating patient as a whole being rather than simply a medical case. So in an era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgeries, his reminder that the healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but empathy remains irreplaceable. So, equally, Charak's ecological sensibility feels urgent in the age of climate crisis. He viewed human as inseparable from their environment and emphasizing harmony with nature. The pollution of air, water, and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical issue also. So, his integrated worldview offers guidance for planetary health, reminding us that the well being of human, animal cannot be divorced from well being of Earth itself. Looking ahead, the scope of Charak's vision in 2026 and the beyond is vast. Ayurveda is no longer confined to India. It is a part of global movement towards the integrative medicines. AI-driven diagnostics, genetic engineering, and space medicine may dominate headlines, but Charak's principle of balance, prevention, compassion remain timeless. His legacy challenges to ensure that science serve a life, not merely a survival, that medicine heal not only body but communities and ecosystem and of course future. So Charak's voice carried across millennia remind us that health is not a conquest but a care, not a control but a balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass for navigating the complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, rooted in the respect of all lives, all living beings. So, when we talk about Charak's vision is never confined to the boundaries of his era. It was a philosophy meant to endure. In his teaching, health was not a privilege but a responsibility. Not a fleeting cure but a lifelong balance. He saw human, animal, and the environment as a thread of the same fabric, each dependent on other for the strength and the survival. The worldview resonated powerfully in 2026 when the challenges of climate change, zoonotic diseases, and the lifestyle disorder demand a holistic response. Ayurveda, as shaped by Charak, is not a relic of the past but a living system evolving along the side of modern science. It is its emphasis on prevention, compassion, and ecological harmony offers a compass for medicine in the age of AI. Biotechnology, planetary health, as researchers validate ancient formulations and integrate them with the cutting edge therapies, Charak's legacy continues to expand and bridging the tradition, innovation, humanity, and nature. So, again, we will actually understand the story of Charak is ultimately a reminder. A healing is not a conquest, but definitely a care. And in the pulse of Ayurveda, we hear his enduring message that well-being is not only for today, but for tomorrow and for all the life that walks, flies, swim, and breathe beneath the same sky. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments on this topic. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before silicon chips and rocket engines, India's rishis and scholars were sketching the blueprint of science in verses and in logic. From Pingla's binary rhythm to Aryabhat's celestial equation, their insight became the hidden code of modern progress. What we call algorithm, astronomy, rocket science today and were once seeds planted in the fertile soil of ancient wisdom in India. To revisit their contribution, we should understand that it is not just a history. It is a reminder that the future was imagined centuries ago, and that we are still living in their unfolding vision. So let's find out more. In the quiet corridor of ancient Indian thoughts, Pingla stands as a mathematician sage whose vision stretched far beyond his time. Living around 3rd, 2nd century BC, he composed the Chandra Shastra, trusty in Sanskrit parody. At first glance, it was a study of poetic meters, but hidden within its verses lay a revolutionary idea. The earliest known description of binary numbers and combinational patterns. And in his hands, poetry became the mathematics, and the mathematics became a language of code. So Pingla's binary system was simple yet profound. So he represented sequences of long and short syllables and using marks and that correspond to what we call today 1 and 0. This was not merely a poetic device, it was a seed of digital logic. Centuries later, the same binary framework would become the foundation of computer science, coding language, and the algorithm that drives artificial intelligence. And in 2026, every smartphone, rocket guidance system, and the quantum processor hums with the rhythm of Pingla's insight. The universe can be described in two states, on and off, presence and absence. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, imagine the world without Pingla's contribution. Without binary, modern digital revolution would flatter. Computer might still exist, but their architecture would be clumsy, reliant on unwieldy numerical system. Rocket science, which depends on precise coding, error-free communication, would stumble. The artificial intelligence, which thrives on binary logic, would be delayed maybe by centuries. The absence of Pingla's vision would mean a world where the progress limps and instead of leaps. So where the dream of space exploration and the digital connectivity remain distant. So in 2026, his relevance is sharper than ever. As scientists push boundaries in quantum computing, they still rely on binary as the bedrock of classical computation. Rocket science pierce the sky, and their guidance system echoes Pingla's binary rhythms. As artificial intelligence learns, adapt, and evolve, it does so through the string of 1 and 0, the same language Pingla first sketched in the poetic form. His work reminds us that the most advanced technologies are often born from the simplest truth. Modern scientists owe him a gratitude. Every programmer writes code, every physicist modeling particles, and every engineer designing spacecrafts stand on the shoulders of Pingla. His binary vision transformed poetry into mathematics, mathematics into logic, and logic into digital universe. To thank him is to acknowledge that the progress is not only building in the labs or observatories, but also in the mind of sage who saw pattern in verses, numbers in rhythm. Pingla's legacy is reminded that the science is not bound to by any time. His binary system, conceived in an age of oral tradition, poetic recitation, and now drive the engines of rocket science and the algorithm of artificial intelligence. In every line of code, in every rocket launch, in every digital heartbeat of 2026, Pingla's voice resonates. He showed us that the simplicity is the key to infinity, and that form two symbol 1 and 0, the universe of knowledge can unfold. So the legacy of India's ancient scientists is not confined to dusty manuscripts or forgotten verses. It is actually pulses through every circuit, every rocket launch, every equation written today. Without their vision, the binary code of Pingla, the celestial map of Aryabhat, or the medicinal insight of Charak, our modern world would be poorer. And their wisdom reminds us that the progress is not born in isolation, but carried forward by generation who dare to imagine beyond their age. As we step into 2026 and beyond, every scientist, coder, explorer, actually owns a silent gratitude to these rishis of reason. For they are lit the first spark of discovery that now fuels the engines of science and rocket flights. And in their echoes, we find our future. So we have come to the end of this video. Look forward for your comment on this subject. And please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depended on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how companies recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very even the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and the getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work, and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring kind of a balance, a story of a balance, The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. Algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. The company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability, and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. Before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony. For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype, and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. for entrepreneurs, for educators, and the creators. Cloud design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
Hello friends and namaskar. Let me ask you, are you leading your company through a chaos or are you creating a legacy that transcends market volatility? In this video, we decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita and try to answer this question. For a CEO, this isn't just a philosophical statement. It's a masterclass in resilient leadership. And therefore, in this video, we will discover why the greatest business leaders operate from a place of eternal perspective and shedding the fear of failure and illusion for gaining total control. Let's go and discuss this further. Every day as a CEO, you wake up to the same pressure, and that is the numbers, the quarterly target, the market volatility, the competition, the fear of losing market share, losing your edge, or even losing your company. We treat business like a battleground where one wrong move results in total destruction. But what if I told you that the fear of business and all other fears are rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of the reality. Today we are stepping beyond the balance sheet and we are looking at 5,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that changes everything about how you lead, how you decide, and how you survive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. The verse is chapter 2, verse 19, and Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, and the quote starts, "In ignorance, one may think that a soul can slay another soul, or the soul gets slayed by another soul. But in truth, the learned know that the soul neither kills nor is killed." And the quote close. Now let's bring it into the boardroom, modern boardroom. In business, we are constantly slaying the competitors and fearing being slayed by them at the same time. We think if a product fails, the business dies. If a competitor launches a better service, we are slayed, we are finished. But the Gita is inviting us to a different level of intelligence. It is teaching us about the imperishable. When you identify only the external, the revenue, the valuation, the physical assets, you are living in a state of constant fragile death. But when you lead from the core, the purpose, the value, the innovation, and the vision, you tap into something that cannot be destroyed by the market shifts. The learned CEOs doesn't mean someone with the most degrees. It means someone with vivek, the ability to discriminate between temporary and the eternal. When you are attached to the outcome, you are anxious. You lose the ability to see clearly. You make desperate short-term decisions that hurt your long-term legacy. True leadership is performing your duty, your dharma, with total intensity, but without paralyzing fear of the results. So when you stop fearing the death of your plans, you stop being prisoner to the market data. You become a pioneer, not a defender. So how do we apply this, in our daily life? And therefore, I would like to provide three perspectives from my side. There are three ways to practice the eternal perspective, and that you can practice from tomorrow morning or even today. Choice is yours. First is analyze the imperishable. Ask yourself, if my entire current product line vanished tomorrow, what will remain then? What will happen? Is it your team's culture? Is it your unique problem solving process? That is your soul basically. Whatever remains, if everything perishes, is your soul. So identify that and build on that. Number 2, detached intensity. Execute your strategy as if everything depends on it, but accept the outcome as if you are a gardener. You plant the seed, but you don't dictate the weather, right? Number 3 is a perspective shift. So next time a crisis hit, stop and ask, is this the end of the soul of this company, or is it just a change in the market? Don't let the temporary slaying of a project break your focus on a long-term vision. Business is not just about the transaction, it's about the transformation. When you stop leading out of fear, you start leading out of power. You're not the victim of the market, you are the architect of a vision that transcends the ups and downs of any single fiscal year. Move beyond the balance sheet, lead with the wisdom that understands what truly lasts. So, friends, if you found this perspective shift valuable, I want to hear from you in the comments below. Tell me, what is one fear you have been carrying that you are, ready to let go of? And we will learn it together. We will discuss in the future episode. So, friends, if you have any questions, as I mentioned, please leave them in the comments, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Have a nice day.
Long before forests rustled with the leaves and vertebrates carved their path across the continent, the earth was silent stage of stone and shallow seas. Into this barren expanse creep the first arthropods, segmented, many legs being, and whose fossilized remain now tells a story of audacity and survival. Among them, the ancestor of centipedes became unlikely trailblazer, and their armored bodies and jointed limbs carried them from water's edge onto the unclaimed soil. So let's find out more. In the dim corridors of Earth's deep past, long before the forests shaded their continents or vertebrates roamed the land, the first arthropods began their tentative march from water to soil. Among them were the ancestors of centipedes, multi-segmented pioneers whose fossilized remains now whisper the story of one of the life's most daring conquest, the colonization of land. So the recent fossil discoveries, exclusively preserved in ancient strata, reveal that these creatures possessed adaptation for more mere survival. So hardened exoskeleton and shielded them from the desiccation. Jointed legs gave them mobility across uneven terrain, and the primitive respiratory system allowed them to draw oxygen from the thin atmosphere. So these were not just insects in waiting. They were the architects of ecological possibilities. By burrowing into soil and feeding on detritus, they began to shape terrestrial ecosystem, laying the groundwork for the complex food webs that would one day sustain forests, mammals, and ultimately humans. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, the conquest of land by arthropods were more than a biological milestone. It was planetary transformation. With their arrival, the barren continents became animated landscape, and nutrients cycle accelerated, and organic matter decomposed more efficiently, and the soil itself became fertile. So, in essence, these early centipedes ancestors were the engineer of habitability, turning rock into earth. And if we think about 2026 and beyond, the resonance of their journey is striking. Humanity now stands at its own frontier of planetary conquest, the dream of colonizing Mars and beyond. So, just as arthropods once solved the puzzle of breathing air and resisting dryness, we grapple with the challenges of sustaining life in alien environment. The fossils remind us that the adaptation is not a single leap, but a series of ingenious solutions, and each one opening doors for future generations. Moreover, the study of these ancient pioneers inform us, the modern science, in an unexpected way. Their physiology offers clues about resilience of environmental stress and inspiring biometrics design in robotics or material science. In their ecological role underscores the importance of small, often overlooked organism into stabilizing ecosystem, a lesson critical as we confront or we are on the verge of biodiversity loss and climate change. In 2026, when discussions of planetary stewardship and dominance global forum, the centipede's ancestors became unlikely teachers. Remind us that survival hinges on cooperation with the environment, not the domination of it. So, looking beyond, the implication stretch into a philosophy. The fossil challenges our anthropocentric narration into showing that the true trailblazer of terrestrial life were not mighty dinosaurs or towering trees, but a humble, many-legged arthropods. And their march onto land was a quiet revolution, one that redefines Earth destiny. In the same way, our own steps into space may not be marked by grand gestures, but by small incremental innovation, and each as vital as the centipede's first breath of air. So thus the story of ancient centipede's ancestor is not confined to dusty rocks in a museum. It is a living parable for our age, a reminder that the conquest of new worlds begin with the fragile experiments, that the resilience is born of adaptation, and that the smallest creature can leave the largest footprint on the history. As we move through 2026 and beyond, their legacy urges us to trend thoughtfully, to innovate boldly, and to recognize that every frontier, whether soil or star, and demands humility as much as ambition. So the march of those many-legged pioneers was not just a step into the soil, it was the first rehearsal of resilience, the earliest proof that life could reinvent itself to meet new frontiers. And in their quiet conquest, they transformed a barren stone into a fertile earth. And in doing so, they wrote the opening chapter of terrestrial history. As we stand in 2026, poised at our own threshold of planetary exploration, their legacy echoes across the time. Survival is born of adaptation. Progress is carved by persistence, and the smallest step can alter the destinies of the world. So the centipede's ancestors reminds us that every frontier, whether soil beneath our feet or the star above our head, demands humility and indigenuity and definitely a great amount of courage. So we have come to the end of this subject. I will look forward for your comments on this subject. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
On a planet where silence resigned and the dust storm sculpted the horizon, a robotic explorer has uncovered whispers of possibilities. NASA's Curiosity rover has detected 7 distinct organic molecules, the richest chemical treasure yet found on Mars. Each molecule is a clue, a fragment of story billions of years old, hinting that Red Planet may once have been more than a barren rock. In Gale craters, ancient soil, chemistry speaks, and the echoes sound strikingly like a prelude of life. So let's find out more about this. The Red Planet has always carried with its aura of mystery. A silent world that seems both familiar and alien. For decades, scientists have asked whether Mars once harbored life and whether its barren rocks conceal traces of more vibrant past. Now, the Curiosity rover has delivered a discovery that pushes its questions into sharper focus. The detection of 7 new organic molecules, the most diverse collection yet found on Mars. Organic molecules are the building block of life as we know it. They are not the proof of life in themselves, but they are the chemical kind of hand-holding upon which biology is built. The fact that Curiosity has uncovered such a varied suite of organic suggests that Mars was once far more a chemical rich environment than previously imagined. Each molecule carries with it a whisper of possibilities, a hint that Mars may have been habitable in its distant past. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach. And moving forward on this interesting topic, so the rover's instruments, particularly sample analysis at Mars, SAM suit, have been strikingly actually collecting the data, and it also actually painstakingly analyzing soil and rock sample from Gale crater. This ancient basin carved by water millions of years ago has been considered one of the most promising sites for uncovering the signs of habitability. The detection of these molecules ranging from simple carbon chain to more complex structures adds weight to the idea that Mars once had the right ingredient of life. So, isn't it interesting? So, what makes this discovery remarkable is not just the presence of organics, but their diversity. Previous mission had hinted at organic compound, but often in a limited or degraded form. Now, with the 7 distinct molecules identified, scientists can begin a piece together and a more complete picture of Mars' chemical history. It suggests that planet's surface and subsurface may have hosted a dynamic chemistry influenced by water, volcanic activities, and perhaps even biological processes. The implication ripples outward. So, if Mars could sustain such chemistry, then the boundary between lifeless rocks and living system becomes thinner. It raises the possibility that microbial life could have emerged, thrived, and perhaps even persisted in hidden niche. It also strengthened the case for the future mission, such as the Mars samples return project to bring these material back to Earth for a deeper analysis. So, beyond the scientific excitement, there is a philosophical resonance. Humanity has long looked to Mars as a mirror, a world that reflects our own questions about existence. The discovery of a diverse organic does not answer the question of life, but it sharpens it actually. So if it also tells us that Mars was not sterilized, or it is not something very distinct and without any, it's a barren land. It tells us that the Mars actually a planet of potential, a world where the chemistry of life was least possible. So as curiosity continues, slow track across Gale crater, and each drill, sample, and each analysis adds another brushstroke to the canvas of Martian history. The rover, a lone emissary of human curiosity, is revealing that Mars is not just a cold desert, but a planet with a story, one that may intersect with our own. So, in the end, the detection of 7 organic molecules is more than a scientific milestone. It is a reminder that the universe is filled with possibilities. And even in the silence of distinct world, the echoes of life's potential can be found. So Mars may yet prove to be chapter in the grand narratives of biology, a testament to resilience of chemistry and the universality of life's ingredients. So finally, we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we will see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, there is a very big question that we want to address today, and this is about aviation and more specifically about Boeing. Is Boeing finally cleared for takeoff? In this video, we dive deep into Boeing's high-stake gamble to reclaim its status as the world-leading plane maker, with the CEO Kelly Oldberg joining President Trump's 2026 delegation to Beijing. A massive 500 jet order for the 737 MAX is on the table. We break down how the Trump-China connection could be the ultimate catalyst for Boeing's recovery. Let's go. Welcome to the pivotal moment in aviation history. As of May 2026, the industry is watching one flight more closely than any other. And it isn't the commercial route, it is the diplomatic mission to Beijing. For the very first time in years, Boeing is standing at the center of a massive geopolitical reset. We are currently seeing a bipartisan US Senate delegation urging Chinese officials to finalize a deal that has been years in the making. And what are the stakes? The staggering order of approximately 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets. This isn't just about selling planes, it's about the art of the deal in action. President Trump's planned summit with President Xi Jinping on May 14th and 15th is widely seen as the make or break moment for Boeing's recovery. Since trade tensions flared in 2018, Boeing has been effectively locked out of the world's fastest growing aviation market, while its rival Airbus expanding its footprint significantly. Now, with Boeing CEO Kelly Oldberg traveling as part of the US delegation, the company is betting that the trade diplomacy can unlock a market that historically accounted for nearly a quarter of its annual 737 deliveries. For Boeing, this is more than a sale, it is the restoration of its status as America's largest exporter. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. But a deal only matters if you can deliver the planes. While the diplomat talk in Beijing, engineers in Renton and Avert are working toward, against the clock. 2026 is officially the year of certification for Boeing. The company has finally reached the light at the end of the tunnel for its most troubled program. After years of delay, Boeing has confirmed that 737-7 variant, which is -7, and the high capacity 737-10 are on track for FAA certification later this year. The MAX 10 in particular is the heavy hitter. With every 1,400 orders from major carriers like United and Delta, It is Boeing's primary weapon against the Airbus 321 XLR. The certification in 2026 means first delivery can finally begin in 2027. To get there, Boeing is conducting exhaustive system safety assessment, some over 15,000 pages long, to prove that every single system from hydraulics to flight control meet the highest safety standards ever set. And it is not just the narrow bodies. The massive 777-9 is also making progress to final flight test, with its entry into service now firmly targets for 2027. For the first time in decades, Boeing's roadmap for its new fleet is clear, even if it remains fragile. Stability is the new North Star at Boeing. After the FFA lifted the production cap in late 2025, Boeing entered 2026 with green light to ramp up. The numbers are ambitious. The goal is to move from 737 production towards 47 aircrafts per month this year, with plans to hit 52 per month in 2027. On the wide body side, the 787 Dreamliner is aiming for a steady rate of 10 aircraft per month by end of the year. But the CEO Kelly Oldberg has been very clear. Boeing will not sacrifice quality for speed. The company is now using 6 FFA agreed key performance indicators, which is in short KPIs, to monitor every step of the assembly line. This is designed to eliminate travel work and practice of finishing tasks out of sequence, which has been a major source of quality issue in the past. Investors are taking notice of this as well. Boeing stock saw a jump of 7% earlier this year as analysts moved to outperform ratings, buoyed by the prospects of sustainable positive free cash flow for first time since the MAX crisis that began. The backlog has now grown to record $695 billion, providing a massive cushion for the year ahead. So as we look at the remainder of 2026, the Boeing comeback isn't just about one company. It's a bellwether for American industrial strength. The strategy is a three-pronged attack. First, diplomatic leverage. Using the Trump's administration's trade focus to secure a 500 jet mega deal in China. Number 2, regulatory rigor. Clearing the final hurdle for the MAX 10 and 777X to restore airlines' confidence. And number 3 is operational excellence. Moving from crisis management to steady quality first production cadence. There are still challenges. Supply chain bottleneck remains, and China is increasingly pushing its own domestic aircraft like Akulmach C919. Furthermore, the insider activity remains cautious, and the company still carries a heavy debt load from its crisis years. However, the narrative has shifted slightly. In 2024 and 2025, the question was, can Boeing survive? In 2026, however, the question is, how fast can Boeing lead? With the May summit in Beijing, the aerospace giant is making its most aggressive move in decades to reclaim its crown. If Kelly Oldberg and President Trump can land the China deal, the comeback flight will be more than just a headline. It will be a reality. So friends, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the future of flight. Keep your eyes on the sky and the headlines over the coming weeks. If you have any questions about this, please do not hesitate to send it across. Now, before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Bold new roadmap reshapes Indian classroom with a skill-based learning, multilingual literacy and technology-driven education, preparing students not just for marks but for life. Education in India is entering a new chapter. The Central Board of Secondary Education has announced a sweeping curriculum revamp that will take effect from 2026. And it promises to reshape the way millions of students experience learning. For decades, Indian school system had been criticized for its heavy reliance on rote memorizations, exam pressures, and limited focus on skills. This roadmap is CBSE's attempt to break away from the mold and align classroom with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. At the heart of the revamp is a shift towards skill-based learning. Instead of simply reproducing textbook answers, students will be encouraged to think critically, solve problems creatively, and collaborate with the peers. The idea is to prepare them not just for exam, but for the life beyond school, whether in higher education, the workplace, or society at large. Teachers will be expected to integrate projects, presentations, and real-world case studies into their lessons, making learning more engaging and practical. One of the most debated changes in the three language rule. Under the new framework, students will study 3 languages up to class 10, with at least one being an Indian language. Supporters argue that this will strengthen cultural roots, multilingual literacy, while the critics worry that it may add stress to students already juggling with multiple subjects. The policy reflects CBSE's attempt to balance global competitiveness with a national identity. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, another major reform in the reduction of content load. The syllabus will be streamlined to focus on core concept, cutting down an excessive detail that often overwhelmed students. And this will free up time for experimentations, experiential learning activities in the lab and the field projects and creative exploration. So alongside this, CBSE plan to integrate technology and digital tools into classroom. So adapted learning platform, AI assist resources and online practical module will become the part of everyday teaching, ensuring students are comfortable with the digital world they will inherit. Assessment will also undergo a transformation. The traditional high stake exam model will give way to continuous competency based evaluation. Marks will be no longer hinged solely on the 3-hour test. Instead, projects, practical, and presentation will carry a greater weight. And this change is expected to reduce exam stress and provide a more accurate picture of students' ability. The impact of this reform will be felt across the ecosystem. Students will find their education more engaging and less mechanical. Teachers, however, will face little challenge of adopting the new method, mastering the digital tools, and rethinking how they evaluate performance. And parents too will need to adjust their expectation, as success will no longer be measured by exam scores but by skill and competencies. Of course, challenges remains, like training teachers across India's vast and diverse school network is no small task. Ensuring rural schools have access to digital infrastructure will require significant investment, and the 3-language rule may face resistance from families who fear it add unnecessary burden. Yet, despite these hurdles, the roadmap signals a bold step towards modernizing Indian education. So, what do you think about this? We have come to the end of this live stream, and thanks for watching. I would request you to like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. What really happened in 1857? Was it a Sepoy mutiny or the first spark of revolution that would change history forever? In this deep dive, we explore the explosive events of 1857 uprising and how India shook the British crown to its core. Let's go. History is rarely a straight line. Often it is defined by a single explosive moment, a spark that catches fire and consumes the status quo. For the British Empire, that moment arrived in 1857. To some, it was a Sepoy mutiny. To others, it was the first war of independence. But regardless of the label, one thing is certain. In 1857, the heartbeat of the British Empire was stuttered. Today, we are diving into the dramatic, bloody and world-changing event of 1857 uprising. How did a collection of disgruntled soldiers and local rulers manage to shake the most powerful empire on earth? Let's find out. To understand the explosion, we have to look at the pressure cooker that was India under the East India Company. By the mid-19th century, the British were no longer just traders. They were masters. They controlled the vast land through a mixture of treaties and outright annexation, and the doctrine of lapse, a policy that allowed the British to seize any princely state where the ruler died without a direct male heir. But it wasn't just the king and the queens who were angry. The common people were suffering under heavy taxation, and the soldiers, the sepoys, felt their dignity being systematically eroded. The British were dismissive of the local customs, and rumors began to circulate that the company was planning to forcefully convert the population to Christianity. The stage was set. All that was needed was a matchstick. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. That match arrived in the form of a rifle, the pattern 1853 Enfield. The new cartridge for this rifle was rumored to be greased with a mixture of cow and pig fat. Think about the implications. For Hindus soldiers, the cow is sacred. For Muslim soldiers, the pig is forbidden. To use these cartridges, a soldier had to bite off the end of the paper casing, effectively forcing them to consume materials that violate their most sacred religious beliefs. In January 1857, the outrage began to boil over. It wasn't just about religion, it was manifestation of the deep-seated humiliation. In March, a young soldier named Mangal Pandey refused to use the cartridge and attacked his British officer. His execution turned him into a martyr, and within a week, the spark in one garrison became a wildfire across North India. The rebellion officially ignited in Meerut on May 10, 1857. Soldiers marched on Delhi, the former seat of Mughal Empire, and declared the aging Emperor Bahadur Shah Zafar as their leader. The uprising was not a single coordinated military campaign. It was a massive decentralized eruption. In cities like Lucknow, Kanpur and Jhansi, the rebellion took different forms. In Jhansi, the Rani Lakshmi Bai became an icon of defiance, leading her troops against the British with unmatched courage. For the British, the situation was dire. They were quite spread thinly, caught off guard, and for a few months they were genuinely terrified that they would be driven out of the subcontinent entirely. The invincible British administration was scrambling for its dear life. The British reaction was swift and brutal. They poured reinforcement into India and launched a series of counter-offensives that were as ruthless as the rebellion had been chaotic. The siege, massacre, and the betrayal defined the final stages of the conflict. By 1858, the rebellion was effectively crushed. But the victory came at a massive cost. The British realized they could no longer govern India through a private company. The East India Company was dissolved and control was transferred directly to the British Crown. The British Raj had begun and the political landscape of India was permanently altered. So, did this uprising fail? If you look at the immediate military outcome, yes, definitely. The British remained in control for another 90 years. But if you look at the soul of the nation, it was the greatest victory imaginable. 1857 was the moment Indians across different regions, religions, and social classes realized they could challenge the imperial giants. It planted the seed of nationalism that would eventually lead the way to freedom movement of the 20th century, which is the largest freedom movement. Finally, we got the independence in 1947. When we look back at the event of 1857, we aren't just looking at a battle. We are looking at the moment India stood up, shook the chains of colonial rule, and began the long journey towards reclaiming its destiny. So friends, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think 1857 was inevitable, Let me know, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. Hello friends and namaskar. Something very serious is happening in the automotive industry, more specifically with Honda. I'm sure all of us are Honda fan. Even if you're not Honda fan, then this information is still worthy for you to know. In a historic and shocking financial update, Honda Motors Corporation has just posted its first annual loss in nearly 70 years, reporting a staggering $9 billion deficit, which is equal to about 1.45 trillion yen in EV related charges. In this video, we dive deep into the collapse of Honda's aggressive EV only strategy and its sudden massive pivot back to hybrid technologies. Let us go and discuss this further. For nearly 70 years, Honda has been the gold standard of reliability. Since they first listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in the year 1957, they have survived oil crises, global recessions, and shifting consumer tastes without ever posting an annual net loss until now. On May 14th, 2026, the unthinkable happened. Honda Motors Company reported a staggering $9 billion loss tied to its aggressive push into electric vehicles. To put that in perspective, that is not just a bad year, that was a historic industry shaking reversal. Just 3 years ago, Honda was the poster child for all in EV movement. They pledged to stop selling gas cars entirely by 2040. They partnered with tech giants like Sony. They committed billions to massive battery plants in Ohio and Ontario. But today, those plans are in tatters. Projects are being cancelled. CEOs are taking pay cuts. And the EV surge that was supposed to carry Honda into the future has instead driven them into a $9 billion wall. Is this the end of Honda as we know it, or is it a master stroke of survival once again? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further with our analysis. Today we are breaking down exactly what went wrong and the hybrid lifeline Honda is desperately grabbing to save itself. Let's look at the numbers because they are brutal. Honda operating loss for the fiscal year ending March 2026 was approximately 414 billion yen. For those of you following markets, that's a massive swing from 1.2 trillion yen profit they saw just a year earlier. Where does the money go? It wasn't because the people stopped buying Hondas. In fact, if you strip away the EV investment, their core business and motorcycles and the traditional engines was actually profitable. The $9 billion loss comes from the restructuring charges. And therefore, there are several things that Honda is forced to do. First is write-off. Honda spent billions of building molds, designing software-defined platforms, and setting up the production line for their new Zero Series EV. Number two is the cancellation. When they realized that the demand wasn't there, they had to walk away. They cancelled Honda Zero SUV and the Acura RSX EV. Third is the supply chain. Because they have already made deals with supplier, they now owe billions in compensation for parts they no longer want. And this is what the analysts call a software-defined reality check. Honda tried to build a smartphone on wheels to compete with Tesla's and Chinese brand like BYD, but they found they couldn't do it profitably. You might be asking why now? Why not 2 years ago? The answer lies in the perfect storm of politics and consumer behavior. In September 2025, the US landscape shifted dramatically. The second administration of President Donald Trump moved quickly to scrap EV tax credit. Suddenly, that $7,500 incentive that made an electric Honda look affordable was gone. At the same time, new tariffs on the imported part made building EV even more expensive. Honda's leadership admitted they misread the room. They expected the US market to stay EV hungry forever. Instead, consumers did something unexpected. They started buying hybrids in record numbers. Even more painful was the situation in China. Honda's official report was refreshingly honest and a bit sad. They admitted they were unable to deliver products that offer value for money better than newer EV manufacturers. In short, they were being out-engineered and outpriced in the world's biggest EV market. The most visible sign of this retreat is in North America. For years, Honda had been touting its Zero Series, the lineup that would define the brand for the 21st century. As of today, 15 billion EVs value chain project in Ontario, Canada has been put on indefinite hold. This wasn't just a factory, it was supposed to be an entire ecosystem from battery materials to assembly. Then there is Sony Honda partnership as well. Remember the Afila? It was a high-tech EV collaboration that was going to use Sony's entertainment system. That project has also hit a massive roadblock, with development and sales effectively halted. To show this severity, Honda's board members are forfeiting their bonuses and the senior executives are taking 25% to 30% pay cuts. This is a company in survival mode. So, what is the plan now? Honda isn't going out of business. They are, performing a massive tactical retreat to higher ground. The ultra efficient hybrid. Instead of 100% EV by 2040, Honda has pivoted. They are now launching 15 new hybrid models globally by 2029. They are focusing on what America and the Indian buyers actually want: large D-segment SUVs and mid-size sedans that don't need a charging station. They are even retooling their EV battery plants to make smaller, cheaper hybrid batteries instead. What is the goal? The goal to return to the record high profit of 8.9 billion by fiscal year 2029. They are also leaning on their unsung heroes, the motorcycle division. While the car side was bleeding money, Honda's motorcycles, especially in India and Vietnam, are seeing massive growth. In many ways, the humble two-wheeler is subsidizing the survival of the four-wheeler division. So back to our original question. Now, is this the end of Honda? Well, if you mean the end of Honda as an EV only visionary, then definitely yes. That dream is over for now. They have scrapped the targets, cancelled their projects, and paid 9 billion, tuition fee to learn a hard lesson about the market reality. But as a car company, they might be their most important moment since 1957. By admitting they were wrong, by being the decisive CEO, and Honda is trying to reclaim its clarity among the total disruption. They are betting that the future isn't the surge of electric cars, but steady hybrid middle path. So friends, what do you think about this move? Is Honda being smart by retreating, or are they falling behind for good? Let me know in the comments below. Let me know what you feel. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. I am CK. Thanks for watching Akulmach World. I will catch you again in the next one, but before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership strategy built to last or is it just surviving the current quarter? This is a very difficult question. If you know the answer, you can share it in the comments below. Otherwise, in this video, we will explore a transformative lesson for modern CEOs from Bhagavad Gita. While the business landscape is defined by the volatility, rapid disruption, and endless cycle of creative destruction, this ancient wisdom offers a profound perspective on resilience and vision. Let's go. If you are a CEO today, you are likely operating in a state of perpetual crisis, whether it's a market disruption, rapid technological shifts, or the relentless pressure of quarterly results. It feels like the body of your business is constantly under threat. But what if I told you that the most successful long-term leaders in history, the one whose impact spans generations, has have a secret, and it's like sharing a secret in this video. It's not a new management framework or better AI tool. It's a 5,000-year-old perspective on reality. Today we're looking at CEO's immortal strategy derived from one of the most powerful words in Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 2 verse 20. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's look at the verse. The verse starts and the quote begins, "There is no birth or death for the soul, nor does it ever cease to be. It is birthless, ageless, eternal, without a beginning or an end. Even with the destruction of the body, the soul is not destroyed." And the quote close. In a business context, what is the body and what is the soul? The body is your current product line, your quarterly revenue, your office space, even your current job title. These are temporary. They shift, they rise, and inevitably they undergo changes or destruction. What is the soul? This is your company's core purpose, its mission, and your fundamental vision. These are the aspects of your business that are ageless and eternal. The mistakes many CEO makes is attaching their entire identity and their entire strategic focus to the body while ignoring the soul. So how does a CEO operationalize this? How do you apply immortal thinking to the finite quarterly cycle? There are a few things that you need to do. First, stop managing the decay. When you focus purely on the body of your business, the metrics that fluctuate, you live in a state of fear. You fear losing market share. You fear the next innovation that might make your product obsolete. But if your strategy is rooted in your core purpose, you stop fearing death. you start disrupting, and you think that is not the end. But as shedding of the old to the make way for the new, that is what you do as a if you are not fearful, right? You are not holding on to things. Second, decoupling identity from the outcome. The most effective leader is like obsessed, observed, and those who can sit in the board meeting, face a disaster revenue report, and remain completely unshaken. Why? Because they know that a bad quarter is not the death sentence for their mission. They view their leadership as a process of service, not just just a game of numbers, etc. Third, think in eternity cycle. If this company were to disappear tomorrow, what value would remain? What is the soul of your brand? When you answer that, your daily decision changes. You stop chasing short-term growth at any cost and start building a legacy that truly outlasts your tenure. When you realize that your purpose is birthless and ageless, the stress of the current situation changes from heavy burden into strategic challenge. You are no longer fighting for survival. You are executing a vision. This isn't about being passive or ignoring the bottom line. It's about being unshakable. An immortal strategy means you're playing a game that no one can force you to quit. It transforms your leadership style from reactive management to proactive creation. So, as you head back into your week, today is Monday, right? I want you to ask yourself one question. Are you currently over invested in the body of your business, or are you nurturing its soul? The business might face challenges, the market might change, but if you lead with this eternal perspective, your vision remains indestructible. If this resonates with you, we can discuss it further. If you have any specific question, what is the soul of your business? How do you protect it during the hard times? Please drop a comment below, and let's keep this conversation going. And I'll look forward to receiving your thoughts. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And remember, lead with purpose, think with eternity, and stay unshakable. See you in the next one.
In the bustling city of Ujjain 15 centuries ago, a sage looked to the sky and saw not just stars but system, pattern that bound the heaven to the earth. The sage was Varaha Mihira, the polymath whose vision stretched from astronomy to architecture, from rainfall to gemstone. His encyclopedia, Brahat Samhita, was not just a book. It was a universe compressed into verses, a manual for living in harmony with cosmic order. In 2026, as humanity deciphers galaxies with telescopes and predicts climate with algorithm, Varaha Mihira's legacy feels startlingly modern. He reminds us that the science is not a silo but a synthesis, that wisdom lies in weaving together the disciplines, and the rhythm of cosmos still pulses through the choices we make on earth. So let's find out more about it. So in the 6th century CE, when the Ujjain was a flourishing center of learning and culture, a polymath named Varaha Mihira rose to prominence. His name still resonates today, not merely as a figure of ancient India's intellectual heritage, but as a symbol of how science, mathematics, and the cosmology can shape civilization across centuries. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, space exploration, and climate changes, Varaha Mihra's legacy feels uncannily relevant. Varaha Mihra was master of synthesis. He absorbed the knowledge from Greeks, Romans, and Persian tradition, blending them seamlessly with Indian thought. His magnum opus, the Brihat Samhita, is the vast encyclopedia of science and society. Within its verses lies insight on astronomy, meteorology, architecture, botany, gemology, and even omens. So it is not a single discipline text, but a paranomic vision of a knowledge and approach that mirrors today's interdisciplinary science, where the breakthrough often merge at the intersections of fields. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward. So, in astronomy, Varaha Mihra's redefined planetary calculation, eclipse, and building upon Aryabhat's foundations. His Siddhantika consolidate 5 astronomical schools into coherent framework, demonstrating his gift for harmonizing a diverse system. In 2026, when global science thrives on collaboration across nations and culture, his work reminds us that the process is not about isolation but integration. Equally striking is his contribution to meteorology. Varaha Mihra's studied rainfall pattern, cloud formation, and the seasonal cycles, offering predictive model for agriculture. At a time when the climate change threatens the food security, his emphasis on observing the nature, aligning a human activity with environmental rhythm feels like prophetic. So his vision suggests that the sustainability is not a modern invention but a timeless necessity. Varaha Mihra's also ventured into astrology, a discipline that today sit uneasily between science and belief. Yet even here his work reflects a deeper truth. The human desire is to find meaning in the cosmos. And in 2026, as AI models predict markets, weather, even the human behavior, the boundary between science and foresight blurs. Varaha Mihra's astrological writing reminds us that the prediction, whether through stars or algorithm, is ultimately about navigating uncertainty. So Varaha Mihra's most notable work was Brihat Samhita, an encyclopedia work on architecture, temples, planetary motions, eclipse, timekeeping, astrology, seasons and cloud formation, rainfall and agriculture, mathematics, gemology and perfume. And many other topics. So his encyclopedic curiosity extended to practical sciences. He wrote on architecture, emphasizing proportion and harmony, on gemology, linking minerals to their properties, and on botany, cataloging the plants with medical and cultural use. His holistic approach resonates with today's push towards integrative knowledge, where the medicine, technology, and ecology must converge to solve the global crisis. What makes Varaha Mihra's is especially relevant in 2026 is his worldview. He did not see science as detached from the society. His texts weave together the cosmic and the earthly, the abstract and the practical. So in an era where the AI, quantum physics risk becoming ultimate goal, his example urges us to keep science more human-centric and rooted in the rhythm of life. Thus, Varaha Mihra's legacy is not confined to dusty manuscripts, and it is alive in every attempt to unify knowledge, to predict the unpredictable, and to align human progress with cosmic order. His voice echoes across centuries, reminding us that wisdom lies not in specialization alone, but in synthesis. So, as we sip espresso brewed by fluid dynamics, launch rocket guided by orbital mechanics, and train AI system on vast database, we are, in a sense, continuing the Varaha Mihra's project to see the universe as a web of interconnectedness truth. In 2026, his contribution inspires us to balance innovation with wisdom, precision with harmony, and science with humanity. So, in the sweep of centuries, Varaha Mihra's voice still carries and reminding us that the knowledge is not a fragment but a fabric woven from the star, seasons, stones, and human endeavor. His encyclopedic vision is actually born in Ujjain's golden age, anticipated the very challenge we face in 2026. The need to unify disciplines, to respect nature's rhythm, and to balance the prediction with wisdom. As we harness AI, forecast climates, we walk a path he once traced in verses. Varaha Mihra's legacy is not a relic of past, but a compass for the future, urging us to see science as a bridge between cosmos and civilization. From ancient starlight to modern algorithm, his contribution endure proof that the true wisdom is timeless. So we have come to the end. Like and subscribe our channel. I look forward for your comments on this topic, and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, Uranus and Neptune have been labeled as ice giant, described as swirling mass of water, ammonia, and methane. But the new scientific breakthroughs are shattering that model. Recent research suggests that these distant worlds might be far rockier than anyone had imagined previously. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the ice giant illusion. We explore the latest thermal modeling and the planetary data that are forcing the astronomers to rewrite the textbooks. If Uranus and Neptune aren't just the balls of ice and gas, what does that mean for the history of our solar system and the thousands of exoplanets that we have discovered so far? Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back. For decades, when we look at the edge of our solar system, we saw two blue marbles, Uranus and Neptune. We have always called them the ice giants. Textbook taught us they were swirling mass of water, ammonia and methane. But what if that identity is just an illusion? Recent scientific breakthroughs are suggesting these worlds might be far rockier than we ever imagined. And in this shift, we are forced to rewrite the, very rules of the planetary science. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. There are three things that we need to reevaluate. First is, what is the core problem? Second, why reevaluate? And third is, why the sudden change? It comes down to thermal modeling and the gravity. When scientists released data from Voyager 2 alongside new models, the math didn't quite add up. If these planets were purely ice fluid, they should be emitting heat and reacting to gravity differently. To account for their specific gravity and heat signature, these planets must contain a much higher percentage of rock or methane-rich ice than the old model allowed. The new research suggests that instead of the small rocky core surrounded by massive oceans of ice, the rocky material might be distributed much more broadly, potentially making up to 20 to 40% of their total mass. We are talking about an enlarged rocky core and a dominant solid interior. This challenges the traditional view of these planets as gas dominated or primarily fluid dominated. In business, we often talk about strategic liberation and the global shift. This discovery is a strategic liberation for planetary science. It frees us from an old, potentially incorrect framework. Just as generative AI has flipped the pyramid in the tech industry, the rocky theory flipped our understanding of the planetary formation. If the Uranus and Neptune are rocky, then the new space race, which is already heating up around the moon's south pole, might eventually extend even further as we look into the valuable materials in the outer solar system. So as we look towards 2026 and beyond, the focus is shifting from just passing exams to a skill-based revolution. In astronomy, that means moving beyond old labels and embracing the complex reality of our universe. Whether it is the direct collapse of a star or a rocky heart of an ice giant, we are living in an era of unprecedented discovery. So friends, this is something that we have learned. Thanks for joining today on the Akulmach world. And if you found this deep dive into cosmos and strategic redefinition of the planet, and if you found this helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe our channel. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a few words about our affiliate partners. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's Hello friends, let me ask you, is the Big Bang singularity a myth? For decades, Einstein's general relativity and the quantum mechanics have been at war. While Einstein explained the cosmos and the quantum mechanics explained the subatomic, they break down at the very beginning of the time. Enter quadratic gravity, the potential missing piece that could finally unify the physics. In this video, we dive deep into the recent breakthrough in quadratic gravity. Unlike standard general relativity, which leads to impossible singularity, quadratic gravity introduces higher order terms. This mathematical addition might prevent universe from hitting a zero, suggest a smooth, finite origin of our cosmos. Let us explore this further. For over 100 years, we have lived in Einstein's universe. His theory of general relativity is a masterpiece. It explains how gravity shapes galaxies, bend light, and keep time ticking. But if you rewind the cosmic clock back to 13.8 billion years, Einstein math does not do anything. In fact, it does something terrifying. It breaks down. At the very moment of the Big Bang, the general relativity points to a singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume. In physics, infinite usually means we have missed something. It's a keep out sign posted by the universe. For decades, we have been looking for a bridge between the smooth curves of Einstein's gravity and the jittery, pixelated world of quantum mechanics. We have tried string theory, loop quantum gravity, and dozens of others, but a new old contender is making a wave, right? That is known as quadratic gravity. Today we are going beyond the Big Bang to see if this mathematical breakthrough is the missing piece of the cosmic puzzle. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the solution, we have to understand the failure. Einstein's gravity is based on Einstein-Hilbert action. In simple terms, it says that the matter tells space how to curve, and space tells matter how to move. This works perfectly for planets and stars. But when compress the entire mass of the universe into a smaller space than an atom, gravity becomes infinitely stronger. In the standard model, this leads to mathematical blow-up. This is where the quantum mechanics usually steps in. But gravity is a non-renormalizable factor here, or a component. When physicists try to apply quantum rules to gravity, they get nonsensical result, which are infinite probabilities that makes it impossible to calculate anything. Gravity and quantum mechanics are like two languages that refuse to be translated together. So how does the quadratic gravity fix this? It does something deceptively simple. In Einstein's original equation, the math only cares about the linear curvature of the space. Quadratic gravity says, what if we add the square of that curvature to the equation? In the world of math, these are called the higher derivative terms. At the scale of our solar system, these terms are so tiny they are almost invisible. Einstein's original math still rules the day. But as you get closer to Big Bang, where curvature becomes extreme, these quadratic turns on and they act like a cosmic buffer. Instead of letting the universe collapse into a single infinite point, these terms create a repulsive effect or smoothing mechanism. Think of it like a car suspension. On a flat road, you don't feel the spring. But when you hit a massive pothole, the Big Bang, the spring compresses and prevents the car from bottoming out. Quadratic gravity prevents the universe from bottoming out into a singularity. The most exciting part is this theory is renormalizable. In the year 1970, physicist Stella Still provided or proved that by adding these quadratic terms, the infinities in quantum gravity actually cancels out each other. For the first time, we had a version of the gravity that could play by quantum rules. So what does this mean for the Big Bang? If the quadratic gravity is correct, there was no beginning in the way we think of it. There was no point of zero volume. Instead, the universe might have reached a maximum density and then transitioned smoothly or even bounced from a previous state. It suggests a smooth origin, a universe that is finite, calculable, and most importantly, logical. It removes the magic of singularity and replaces it with elegance of higher order geometry. So, is the quadratic gravity the missing piece? It's not without its own problem. Some physicists worry about the ghost, mathematical states that have negative probability, which could then threaten the stability of the theory. But the recent work in phacons and a new mathematical framework are starting to bust these ghosts. We are currently in the golden age of cosmology with new telescopes and the gravitational wave detectors. We are looking closer to the echoes of the Big Bang than ever before. If we find specific pattern in the cosmic microwave background radiation, it might just prove that quadratic gravity was at work in those first few billionth of a second. If Einstein gave us the map of the stars, quadratic gravity might finally give us the map of the beginning. So, what do you think, friends? Did the universe start from nothing, or is it a continuous cycle of geometry? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more journeys into the deep fabric of reality. My name is CK. Thanks for watching. Before I go, I'd like to share a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.